to go ahead and open up the Enterprise Authority meeting. We'll start with roll call, please.
Kimberly Gravel.
Here.
Kimberly Hampton.
Here.
Lana Cosley Smith is present, just not in the room. Bridget Sorensen.
Here.
Rob McGrory. Sean Borowitz.
Here.
Larry Barbeau.
Here.
Kimberly Lee.
Here.
Tyler LaPlante.
Here.
Aaron Paymont. Michael McCurchie. Isaac McKechnie. Austin Lowe's.
Here. Okay, we have a quorum. On today's agenda, we have a private executive session with our EDC CEO, and we have the following items under business. We have established list of key employees, adopt organizational chart for enterprise organization, establish key employee hiring / onboarding policy / procedure, and finally, waiver of sovereign immunity and consent to waiver of tribal court jurisdiction, NDA business opportunity. With that, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the agenda.
Motion.
A motion by Kim Hampton and supported by Kim Gravel. Any discussion on the agenda? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries and the agenda is adopted. That brings us to our first item, which is a private executive session with our EDC CEO. So for this, we're going to go closed. Okay, any objection to going closed for that? Okay, so we're going to be in closed for that. So recap, we've changed the way that we've conducted meetings for our EDC operations. We've passed an EDC code, and they've created an enterprise authority meeting. That's what we're in the middle of right now. So we're new to these meetings here. It's a new way of doing business, and we previously had decided to have our executive report from our EDC CEO during close, but we might change the way that we do that in the future. So that's why we've been in close. We've just been hearing his executive report and his proprietary information regarding our businesses, so it has to be closed due to code. However, we are back and open now, and we're on business, so we're ready to vote on the items here today. So for the first resolution, it's titled Establish List of Key Employees.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Enterprise Authority hereby adopts the following positions as key employees of the Enterprise Authority, Chief Executive Officer of Enterprise Operations.
Motion.
Okay, so we have a motion from Tyler and support from Aaron. Danny, could you explain this resolution to
I
our
think it was
membership?
Isaac.
Oh, my bad. Isaac seconded it.
Yes, this resolution is just bringing forward the authorization of a key employee, which is this position. This is the only key employee of the authority. This is handled as other key employees are by the bodies that oversee them. That just memorializes this is a key employee through resolution.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board on this? Hearing none, will vote. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. That brings us to our next resolution, which is titled Adopt Organizational Chart for Enterprise Operations.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Enterprise Authority hereby adopts the attached Enterprise Organizational Chart.
Motion.
Motion by Isaac and support by Tyler. Danny?
Yes, I'm just bringing forward the organizational chart for the EDC and enterprise operations. This is a chart that was currently part of the master organizational chart, but the creation and formation of the authority now just structures this chart as independent enterprise organizational chart and bring it to the board for passage by resolution. This will help delineate the enterprises from the other entities that the tribe owns for some of our future initiatives.
Thank you, Danny. Questions, comments from the board? Start with Aaron.
Yeah, and I just want to clarify, the same question I asked in the workshop was it doesn't add new positions, it's just
No.
establishing that those positions that did enterprise previously under the governmental and/or EDC structure will now come under our new enterprise structure.
Correct, yes. These positions are all staffed with individuals in those positions.
Okay, anybody else? Okay, hearing none, we'll vote. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. The next resolution is establish key employee hiring / onboarding policy / procedure.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Enterprise Authority hereby adopts the attached policy governing the hiring and onboarding of key employees.
Support.
Motion by Isaac and supported by Tyler. Danny?
Yes, this just sets parameters in regard to hiring and negotiating any key employment hire. This was part of a group effort where we sat down with government, casino to all have a structure here, then each bringing them back to our independent bodies with some slight variation, but the parameters are the same. The actual negotiating parameters is what the general concern, not general task was from the body, that we have a general set of parameters and that we encode those in a resolution and bring those forward so there's consistency. And at this point, this would, in the authority, that would only be for this position here, would be the only key position, but it is in there if ever needed and if there ever is a request to see of what those parameters are.
Thank you. Questions, comments from the board? Start with Aaron.
Yeah, I just want to clarify for everybody that's listening that our new enterprise structure will allow for greater operability so that we're more competitive on our enterprise side. But the appropriations process for the tribe that applies to the casino, the governmental, and the enterprise is still in place. It's still intact. So budget modifications, appropriations, all of that is still in place. And I asked earlier, and it was clarified that if there is an additional expense in hiring, that if it's not budgeted, it will have to come back for an appropriations for the enterprise board.
Yeah, to answer that, correct. This board is set up to build a more commercial, to mirror a commercial organizational framework as opposed to a hybrid government enterprise to allow the enterprises more latitude in regard to operational models. But at this point, yes, that same, I will be bringing budgets forward, that same appropriations process will be brought to the enterprise authority. Maybe we call it something else in the future. Appropriation sounds more like government, but
If some process where this body is these things go through this body, but this year, we're going to follow those processes until I've duly had any conversations with you and authorized any other processes.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, hearing none. Those in support signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. The last resolution that we'll be voting on today is called Waiver of Sovereign Immunity and Consent to Waiver of Tribal Court Jurisdiction, NDA Business Opportunity. And is there any objection to waiving the reading? Okay, so hearing no objection, I'd like to entertain a motion.
Motion.
Okay, motion by Aaron, supported by Tyler. Danny, real briefly.
yeah, this is, and Josh is up here, is just an mutually NDA for us to have the conversations with the business and explore if there's any opportunities there. So that's what this is, an NDA for exploratory purposes to continue discussions with another business.
Okay, any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. So that concludes all the items that we have for the Enterprise Authority meeting. Without objection, we will adjourn. Hearing no objection, we are adjourned from the Enterprise Authority meeting and back in the workshop. It is 11:43. We're 43 minutes behind schedule. The item that we're supposed to be discussing right now is board travel, but we wouldn't have enough time to complete this before lunch. So what I propose doing is take an early lunch, get back at 1 p.m. sharp. We do the STI third quarter report, which has to be closed because it's proprietary. After that concludes at 2 o'clock, I recommend covering the board travel item. Is there any objections to handling it that way? All right, so let's do an early lunch, be back at 1 p.m. sharp. We'll do STI, and then we'll have the conversation regarding board travel. ahead and resume the workshop. This section is open to the membership, so it will be live streamed. The item that we're currently on is board travel. So I have Bill Connolly. He's going to be sitting with us for this conversation. That way, if anyone has any financial questions, cost savings, whatnot. And then we also have Nick. He manages the motor pool vehicles. So for this conversation, I think it's important that we separate costs. Number one issue, motor pool. Are we taking personal vehicles or private vehicles? Then after that gets done, I think we should have the conversation as far as conferences, out-of-state travel. There's two issues that lead to our travel bills being expensive. Those are the two issues, so I think it would be best just to separate those two. Is everyone in agreement with that? Okay, so Nick, Alan, can you guys talk about the motor pool program? How many vehicles we have, how often they're serviced? They have all-wheel drive. If they don't, there's been major accidents with them, you know, degree of safety, all that stuff.
Sorry, can't see. I put this together too, Nick. Just the cost. So, motor pool for our leased vehicles, I think we currently have 9 vehicles. The majority of them are either all-wheel or four-wheel drive. We have a few minivans that are used by departments for hauling product that we are currently phasing out, getting some new ones with all-wheel drive. They're serviced very regularly. I mean, oil changes are due at a specific time. Anytime any issues are reported with the vehicles, we maintain them ourselves. We also do services for 20 tribal entities across the board, from tribal police to Head Start. All over the place. We maintain a large variety of tribal vehicles. I'm not aware of the accident you might have just referred to.
Have you had any accidents with any of the vehicles?
I mean, there's the occasional deer strike, but other than that, nothing I'm real aware of.
Okay, Aaron.
Just to follow up on your question, because the other thing that was suggested is that there was problems, like maintenance problems, or, you know, I don't remember what was said, but like the wheel alignment or something. Have you gotten complaints from board use of any of the vehicles, of any of that?
No, nothing out of the ordinary. I mean, low tire light or a wheel sensor light, nothing like that. All of our vehicles are pretty much new.
Lana, have you gotten any complaints from board members on that?
Got a new facility for repair.
Okay, so just because I was wondering, because we heard that, and if it were true, either he would get the complaints or Lana would get the complaints, so we would have a record of it. So we don't apparently have a record of any of that or any accidents, so just want to close that.
The majority of our repairs are from other entities on vehicles that that aren't housed with us. They're departmental vehicles that are in need of a lot of repair.
So when an employee or a board member needs one of you guys' vehicles, funds are transferred from that department's cost center, and it pays for these vehicles. I think we reimburse you guys at, what, 67 cents a mile?
I believe it's 70 now, but yeah.
70. So then that goes to pay off the lease, and then you guys can sell that vehicle to a different department and becomes a Sioux Tribe asset after it's paid off. Am I understanding that correctly?
I'm not aware of any of our vehicles being sold. When a vehicle is deemed non-leasable anymore, whether it is for appearance or high mileage, we then, through the CFO office, contact other departments, entities, and see if they may be in need of the vehicle. And at that point, it's usually just reassigned.
Okay, that makes sense. Okay. All right, so does anyone have any questions when it comes to motor pool at this point? So, Bridget.
I don't have a question, I have a statement, I guess. Now, when I'm using my own car to come up here, and a deer runs out in front of me, somebody else, some sort of accident, my insurance is paying for it. Now, if I'm driving a motor pool vehicle, since the tribe is self-insured, the tribe is going to have to cover the cost of that accident.
I believe that's how it goes. That would be a question probably for Patty Simi.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. Kim, then Aaron?
So I just have a couple questions. I am from the West End. So how does the motor pool work for us board of directors who live like in Manistee, who travel up to here or travel from Manistee to Escanaba, or even Tyler, who's up in Marquette?
Well, being we don't have anything housed out there, it really wouldn't work well for you folks. It would kind of defeat the purpose driving all the way here to get a vehicle and then going back. I understand that conundrum, but we have nothing out there, so it would be no different than anyone else. You would have to come to the zoo to get a vehicle.
Okay.
Okay, Aaron.
So we had a brief conversation with Mike McCurchie, who used to be our travel director. He's not here today. But what I remember is, even when I was chair, if we wanted to use our personal vehicle, which means we made a choice to use our own vehicle, we had 3 different rates. We had the government rate, we had a bare minimum rate, and then we had the rate that you had to pay, and it didn't matter if you were the chairman or not, if you chose to use your own vehicle. So I know all the time when I used my own vehicle when I was chairman, I didn't get to get the full reimbursement rate. So, and that was our policy. Our policy was, it is our policy for governmental employees, if you choose to use your personal vehicle, then you have to pay the, you get a reimbursement that is not the full governmental rate. You get a reduced rate. So, but that doesn't sound like that's happening nowadays. It sounds like we're given the full governmental rate. Yeah, so that's a question. Yeah, thanks.
So, Bill, do you have something to add on that?
There is a separate board travel policy that reimburses at the full government rate.
So then that was obviously changed at some point to give the full governmental rate, because that's different than what it was. And so the argument, if the argument is that it's governmentally funded, it isn't governmentally funded. Our travel is not. It's travel support funded. So, that means the board voted on a policy to exempt themselves from following the policy like every other travel government.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Rob, then Bridget.
So first of all, thanks, Nick and Bill, for being here. Nick, I have to apologize to you on behalf of the board, at least on behalf of myself. I can't speak for everyone, but a few meetings ago, it was what I viewed to be as a negative light cast on your department, which is not true. I've been to Motor Pool. Everything looks great. I was on our tribal youth council and employed for the tribe for over a decade, and used Motor Pool many a times. I don't drive myself because I have a vision impairment, but obviously I had to get from point A to point B with the tribe, so I was driving with other coordinators. And Motor Pool has always been top notch, and from the looks of it, it's no different now. So you guys are doing a great job, and I just don't think that we should be cast a negative light on any of our departments to try to support our position at the board table, and that just wasn't right, so I apologize. So as far as what a lease costs, Bill, what does one leased vehicle cost us per year annually?
Well, if you're speaking, Rob, to GSA vehicles, that cost will vary depending on the number of miles driven. GSA gives you a flat amount per month that you have to pay regardless of the number of miles, and then they have an additional cost per mile rate, which is a function of the number of miles that particular vehicle is driven each month. We have to, excuse me, send in reports each month, and then the following month we're billed for the mileage that was incurred in the previous month. So approximately with GSA, it's about the ones that I looked at and that were in the earlier worksheet that I put together. SUV is about $383 a month plus 20 cents a mile. So that, as I mentioned, that cost will vary, and then the per mile rate goes down based upon the number of miles that are driven. So I put together a preparation of a chart that, depending on where the vehicle would be located and how many miles it would be driven, we would take a look at the actual cost there. Obviously, if there is GSA vehicles already in the location, that helps reduce the per mile rate that particular vehicle would be charged, say Manistee or Munising, is where I understand the vehicles are located in the western end. So it's just a function of the number of miles that are driven.
So I think Marquette might be the furthest that any board member drives to get to the Sioux. Do you have a cost analysis on what something like that would cost us annually?
Well, I did a chart per month. If the vehicle was used solely for that trip, depending on, I would assume that it was a weekly trip from Marquette to Sault Ste. Marie, and then that'd be $656 a month, which is the mileage rate of about 48 cents a mile plus the 383 standard charge. So, say $650 a month times 12. So that's about $7,800 or so.
Okay, and what is the governmental rate then?
Hey, Rob, you're kind of muffled right now. It's hard to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
What is the governmental rate per mileage right now that a board member would be reimbursed for driving their own vehicle?
70 cents.
Okay, so roughly speaking, if we have Marquette is about 165 miles away, so that's 335 miles round trip. Gas today, I looked online, was 306. So I mean, if you do the simple math, we're talking almost $12,000 a year just on a trip back and forth to Marquette. So the cost analysis you just laid out is roughly $6,000 savings. Is that fairly accurate, do you think?
Probably about closer to 5,000, but you're on the right track.
Hey, Rob, we're having trouble hearing you again. You got to speak clearly into your phone.
Okay, I'm almost done. Just so we put things into perspective, if we did that for 10 years, we'd save $50,000.
Okay.
So I'm just saying that we need, if we get to a point where we have to lay off our employees, these are the things that we're going to wish we should have looked at a lot sooner. So the sooner we do these things to save money, the better. There's no problem with taking motor pool. And at the end of the day, I'd rather have us pay $7,000 and pay off a Sioux Tribe vehicle than pay $12,000 or $13,000 annually and pay off a board member's vehicle. It's really that simple. So that's where I stand on it. We need to switch this process.
Bridget, Kim Hampton, Aaron.
Well, mine was kind of in response to Aaron's comments. I'm starting my 14th year, and it's always been that we got paid the full government rate. I don't know during my time on the board that we've ever had the 3 different rates. Now, before I got elected and worked for the casino and the government, yeah, if you used your own vehicle, you got a different rate. But since I've been on the board for, like I said, going on 14 years, we've always done it this way. And I'm just, putting that out there. Nothing has changed since I've been here.
Kim Hampton, then Aaron.
Okay, so I've been trying to sit here and ponder. Obviously, you said motor pool will not work for the West End. So what other options? I'm not against having a motor pool vehicle at all. But obviously, like, the current process and system will not work for us. So I don't know that it's a question for you, it might be a question for Bill or Holly, but what other options could we possibly have for the Unit 4 and Unit 5 board members regarding some kind of, I don't know if we could do a GSA vehicle that's parked somewhere and it's just designated for the board? I mean, yeah, that might be the route we have to do, but I don't see it being possible to do it the same way on the east end as the west end.
Kim, could I add something?
Yeah.
So I don't think anyone ever envisioned like motor pool serving the board members that live in the outer lying areas. I mean, it wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense to drive to the Sioux, pick up a vehicle, ride it home. I mean, it's self-explanatory. But my thoughts were, we're hiring some cultural coordinators. They don't have a vehicle right now. You know, Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, that vehicle could be assigned to them, right? And then those total costs are going to be spread out because you're still going to pay per mile, but that flat rate that you're paying per month will be spread out amongst this office and the cultural department's office because they'll be using it as well.
Okay.
So that's what my thoughts were. Other staff would be able to use them.
I will be devil's advocate by saying, okay, Tuesdays would be designated for board use. But what about the elder meals that we have, or elder meetings that occur on Wednesdays? The ones up in Marquette happens on Thursdays, and it is a Unit 4 and Unit 5 meeting. Elder advisory meetings that happen, on Fridays, what about that?
So what I would recommend doing is creating a calendar to use that vehicle, put in the dates that you need to use it. The cultural coordinator could do the same. When there's conflicts, prioritize who needs the vehicle more. And the person that doesn't get it would be able to justify being reimbursed at 70 cents a mile. That's the current process for team members if they're trying to use a motor pool. They have to use a motor pool vehicle, but if not, if one isn't available, then they revert back to that 70 cents. And in the long run, it'll save us money.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, Aaron, then Tyler.
So I disagree with you a little bit on that, Mr. Chairman. I think that we should have dedicated board use vehicles that are not shared, because then the board members have access to it. And I think that in the past, my concern with using motor pool was because we didn't have four-wheel drive. And so I ended up using my own vehicle a lot and never got reimbursed. And I explained previously, you all got my email, that the board office, a previous board office, when I found out that board were getting reimbursed for going to elder meals or elder meetings or additional stuff that I had no clue, because we were never informed that those were reimbursable, for a 2-year period, I pulled together a list. I worked with accounting. I submitted it to the board office and said I didn't know that we weren't eligible. It was about $2,500 that I never got. I submitted it, and the board secretary at the time denied my request. I brought it to the board table. No, it wasn't entertained or anything. I didn't request it. I didn't bring a request. I brought it to the board's table, and nothing got fixed or anything. But if we do have access to a dedicated motor pool vehicle and it's safe for the winter driving, then it's a choice that board members are making to drive their own personal vehicle for the 70 cents per mile when our team members don't get that choice. So, we are not employees of the tribe. We are, this is our job, it's our governmental job. But I can tell you, I know the state doesn't, I called Demoose. They don't get a special rate. They get the same rate as anybody else. So I think that we have, whenever this policy was passed, to give the board an exception to following the policy, because that's what it is. And I don't think that's an issue as long as the board has access to a motor pool vehicle. I think it needs to be parked, like maybe at the Manistee Health Center, that the board members, and you should each have your own, because you shouldn't be required to travel together, because maybe you might not get along for a particular time period. And I think the same for Marquette. We've now got office space in Marquette. We could do the same. There's no reason why we have to reimburse people individually other than board member preference. If it's their preference to ride their own vehicle, then they should have to follow the same policy as all of our other governmental employees who do not get the privilege that the board members get. So that's only fair.
Yeah, so I have a good list now. It's Tyler, Lanik, Kim Gravel, then Isaac.
So just follow up on a few things. I'll do this one first because it was most recently mentioned, housing a vehicle at each of the outlying locations. So let me give you an example of what happened this morning. So we have a 9 a.m. meeting this morning because we started our EDC commission. I had to get up at 4 a.m. in my own house while most of these people were probably still tucked in bed. And it was a 3.5-hour drive for me this morning because it was very, very heavy rain between Munising and Newberry. So that was a 3.5 drive directly from my house to the Sioux Kuwaitan. Direct shot, no breaks, no stops, other than slowing down for the rain, for the weather. How would I check out a vehicle at 5:30 in the morning when I left my house? So you're now saying that I have to add a half hour into my morning to a closed facility, and then a half hour into my evening for a closed facility, where I'll also likely get home probably after 11 p.m. tonight if we go till 8, 10 p.m. if we go till 7. It's basically 3 hours from here to my house. So you're adding 30 minutes on either end. If you're asking me to check out a vehicle before and after, you also have to note, just like you guys, I have a family. I have a kid that relies on my vehicle who is a driver now, who has various programs that allows me to do my job and work now and drives herself with my vehicle. So if I have to check out the vehicle the day before, I am now checking out a vehicle and eliminating the use of my child, and then I can't technically drive my child to her programming either, according to our policy, to my understanding. So we have those issues. Going back really quick to Bill's cost analysis. So Bill, your cost analysis at roughly $12,000 per year is actually more, I think, than was submitted in mileage. And I don't believe your cost analysis has annual wear and tear and maintenance in it as well, does it? Oil changes, tire changes, rotations?
The cost analysis that I did is a GSA, and they cover all those costs.
So that's GSA, but not motor pool.
No, I'm not talking about motor pool. I talked about GSA.
Okay. But even then, that's more than what even the highest rate is being charged.
Well, the GSA rate for...
You're saying the estimate would be if 12 months, it would be $12,000 in cost just for meetings to the Sioux?
No, that was Rob's number.
Oh, okay.
My number was about 7,800, so say 8,000.
All right. So those are the issues I think you were going to answer on the before and after hours pickup and then potentially using it for family members? Because also keep in mind, I don't spend the nights unless absolutely required. Unless we have other meetings that we have to attend to. I don't come down here Monday mornings. I don't leave Wednesday nights. I drive Tuesday morning and I drive home Tuesday night. So you're also subtracting per diem that I do not get paid. You're also subtracting hotel room and board that I also do not get paid. Same for Larry and Kim, to the majority of my understanding. And Larry, I believe, drives just as far as I do because he's out in Garden.
So Tyler wants your recommendation if he has to leave really early in the morning. What I do is I pick him up the night before.
Several of our customers have that situation, and they do pretty much what the chairman just said. You just make arrangements with us for a time that's easier for you to pick it up. We can only be open so many hours a day, and to meet everyone's needs, we are willing to help out however we can. A simple phone call, and we'd be more than willing to do whatever we could to accommodate you. The statement that we were asking you to do things a certain way, I don't believe anyone asked you to do anything anyway.
I believe that we have a policy. So how do I get into the building to get the keys in the car? And then I believe, like I said, I believe there's a policy in place that we can't have other people in the car. Or did I misread that?
I'm not aware of that policy. The vehicle...
I thought for GSA...
I can clear
Now, GSA is not motor pool. We have no GSA vehicles, and we are not allowed to work on GSA vehicles. We have no connection with GSA vehicles.
So just to clear this up, so anytime you guys want to travel with your families, you guys just have to let the insurance department know. That's it. So There's not a policy that prohibits it for us.
It wouldn't be travel. You don't have to, nobody has to be there. How do you get the keys?
How do you get the keys? So you set it up where you pick up the keys while they're open, and then they have a drop box for you to turn it in when you get back, or you just do it the next day. Yeah, Lana.
Well, just to clear things up, I've been here 21 years, and the board has always got the full rate. Nothing's changed, nothing. I've been here since 2004. I know, but the board we didn't change it. It's always been that way, but you are right about a couple of things. We were paid to come to board meetings when we're out on travel outside the area, and elder meetings, that's it. So that's what I still practice. Me and Kim have a pretty good system. I kind of drive in the summer, she kind of drives in the winter. So, but how would it work for Unit 2? Would you bring a vehicle down to, how would that work? I mean, it's minimal, really.
This has never been put to my department before.
Okay.
Again, we're team players, okay? We're representing our brand.
Yeah.
We will do what's asked of us when we can to accommodate everyone, as long as it fits within. We have limited staffing, like a lot of other departments. We have limited hours of operation. So as long as we can find a happy medium, we'd be glad to help. In certain instances where you need a vehicle and we have availability of the vehicle and staffing, hey, we could work something out to bring a vehicle to a customer. These things would just need to be talked about. This is all new.
Right, I understand. We know that this isn't, you don't have the answers. This is a board-driven.
Sure. Yeah.
I'll leave it at that. It's
Yeah.
a board-driven.
And if I may, we do appreciate the support we've been getting, the kind words. We have a good team, and we work hard, and we take what we do seriously, and safety is a big part of that. Maintaining our vehicles is very important to us.
So if you were to, so you said you had 9 vehicles?
Right around. We're in the process of getting a couple more, so.
How many how many clients do you have for those 9 vehicles right now?
That's never been counted, but if I were to guess, I'd say 100, 150 maybe.
Right.
I mean, there are a lot of drivers on the list.
Right, so, because right off the top, you would probably need 5 for the board, 5 of those 9 vehicles for the board. You have to bring one to Hessel, one to St. Ignace, 2 up to the west end.
You shouldn't be required to drive a gas.
So there's 2 types of vehicles we have. So we have the motor pool vehicles, which are managed by their department, and then we have the GSA vehicles. They're 2 separate. So I'm not sure if they've ever proposed sending vehicles up there. Bill's crunched some numbers to figure out how much it would cost to send GSA vehicles there. But we got to remember they're 2 different things.
Right.
Completely.
Right. So, but the pool of cars that we're talking about is the 9 that you have?
Correct.
Okay.
That's the ones I'm talking about.
Right. Okay. So what's our ask today? I guess I'm not clear on that. I was not here last Tuesday because I had a death.
So Sean put on an agenda a couple times to reduce board travel. This is one of the ways to reduce board travel. It always gets tabled to workshop. That's what we're doing. Okay, Kim Gravel.
Well, Lana mentioned what I had wrote down is, if we're talking about motor pool, we would be pulling like 5 of the vehicles out of your cars, and then you only have 4 left for employees.
Correct. On out-of-town board days, we typically end up selling out, because what you also need to take into account is we will get calls from video production, we will get calls from IT, MIS. There's a lot of moving parts for out-of-town board meetings. So most every out-of-town board meeting, we are out. And with that being said, as far as the procedure goes, when someone requests a vehicle from us, and we are out of vehicles, At that time, we offer a sheet to the customer showing that at the time of their request, we do not have a vehicle available. At that point, they then have the option to ask their supervisor. They have to gain permission, according to the paper, to utilize their own vehicle and see if their supervisor is willing to reimburse them. So these are still asks, from what I'm told. Motor Pool has nothing to do with any of that. We issue you a slip showing we do not have any available. The rest falls to the requesting person's supervisor on whether they have the permission to use their vehicle and whether they can be reimbursed or not.
Kim, could I add to that?
Yeah.
So that just happened to me. So I've been trying to lead by example and use the motor pool vehicles. So I attended an Escanaba Elder meeting, I think just a couple weeks ago. It's short notice, got a hold of motor pool. They didn't have any available because they had a concert in St. Ignace. So I took my personal vehicle with a note from them that stated that there weren't any available. And that's the only situation I'm going to be asking for reimbursement when I'm using my personal car. If they don't have anything available, it's the same process that our team members have to follow.
So to me, it's almost a no-brainer. If they sign the slip saying there's nothing available, they shouldn't have to go through 2 more steps to use their own vehicle if we're requiring them to be at a meeting. Then you're making them go to the supervisor. Is it okay if I use my car? Then you're asking, will you reimburse me if I do use my car?
It's a different rate too, isn't it?
If we do not have a vehicle available, the reimbursement is supposed to be the full
Right.
70-cent rate. If you choose to use your own vehicle while we have vehicles available, then it is your supervisor's discretion. You are only supposed to receive the reduced rate at
Right.
that point because you could have
That I
utilized
can understand.
one of our cars.
Right. I can understand that, but not the one if they're not available. That just seems like more work on the employee.
I think, and I'm just theorizing, I think that is in place because ideally, they want you to take a tribal vehicle. But like you said, if there isn't one available, then,
So then when our West End people end up taking a vehicle, it's going to be housed at your house. Is that correct? No, so where are we
Not
going to house
necessarily,
it?
no. So I mean,
Have to have a
so
special,
Kim, there's a lot of different options. There might be a vehicle that's being used by a different division in the tribe. Maybe Health has a vehicle through GSA that they're not using on Tuesdays. And maybe we're able to determine that we can use it to go to a board meeting because it's still health-related. We're voting and discussing health-related things. It could be housed at the community centers, the fitness centers. There's a lot of different options.
so then now we got to start calling around to see what's available. Or do you have a GSA pool that knows what's available at all times?
I'm sorry, but I have,
He's
not
motor pool.
GSA.
I
Yeah,
have
it's different.
So
nothing.
who's GSA?
GSA.
So each different department has GSA vehicles, pilot GSA vehicles for their caseworkers to use. The health division has them. You're leasing them from the federal government versus this program where we lease them from a dealership and then we charge the different departments to use them.
So we call on Friday, no vehicles are going to be available Tuesday, then you have to start calling departments for a GSA vehicle.
If we were to do this, it would be automatically assumed that the board would need these vehicles for Tuesday. That's not going to change. We have workshops every Tuesday.
But how are you going to know which ones are available unless you call?
The one that would be assigned to that board member.
And what if, I don't know, it just sounds like a lot, too much. We've worked this way with regular gas mileage for years, and I've never seen a problem, and I'm with whoever mentioned the use on your car. You're talking tires, oil changes, maintenance. They're saying you're getting 12,000 in gas. In reality, you're putting out probably 6 to 8 a year in maintenance.
I'm doing it, and I'm not arguing anybody else for that.
Right, so,
You good, Kim?
yeah.
Okay. I have Isaac, Rob, then Kim.
Hey, Nick, I just want to commend you and your staff. You've been doing an excellent job.
Thank
I
you,
had the
Isaac.
pleasure of you guys servicing our telecom vehicles for 20-plus years and never had an issue. And I was never concerned about safety, but thank you. Make sure your
Thank you
team
for the
knows that.
support. We appreciate it.
Rob?
Oh, I just wanted to clarify the numbers that we're throwing out there. The 12,000 was from me, and that's what I calculated what it would cost, basically round trip from Marquette. The 7,000 was what Bill calculated. That's a $5,000 difference. Now, I understand that board members are paying maintenance fees and all this, but at the end of the day, do we want, it's a cost on the tribe either way. So do we want to pay board members cars off at $12,000 a year, or do we want to pay for tribal assets at $7,000? It's really a no-brainer. And also, there's no reason that this board needs to be under any kind of different policy than the rest of the employees have to go through. Everyone has kids within the tribe. They all have to deal with the same thing. So, those arguments really don't hold water unless you're planning on doing the same for all of the staff that you do for the board members. Otherwise, we need to operate the same as the staff needs to. We shouldn't have special treatment. So at 70 cents a mile, I mean, that's just on one vehicle. We're talking 4 different units of traveling. That's going to add up. At $5,000 savings for one car, even if we save $2,000 on the rest of them, you're talking almost a $10,000 savings annually. Over 10 years, that's $100,000. There's no reason that needs to be going to board members versus saving $100 and reinvesting back into tribal assets. It's really a no-brainer to me. We got to do something.
Kim Lee, then Sean.
So originally my question was going to be what was the GSA process, which you guys explained. So thank you, because that looks like the more inexpensive way to go from this study that was done. Did we look and see exactly how much, because of the spreadsheet that we got, that's all mileage, travel, all of that. What exactly on this spreadsheet do we know is mileage? The monies. I'm not asking you, sir. Maybe Bill has that answer.
Total allowable by total, and that'll give you the mileage. 70 cents.
I need you to repeat the question, Kim. The spreadsheet?
The breakdown on, the spreadsheet that we've got for all of our travel. Did you guys break that down to the amount that was spent on mileage?
I have that in front of me. Was that?
Yeah.
So there was a section on there that had at the bottom, but it's classified as motor pool. If you took a motor pool vehicle, you would see it. Our system is a little bit difficult when you enter them in. Can you open that up? I sent it to Lana. I don't think it specifically identifies how I think you're asking to see it, and we can adjust it and kind of fine tune it so that it would show that.
Because I'm just curious how to know if it's a cost savings or not, if we're not completely sure what we've spent on mileage.
I have, I can wait until the end of the speaking list, but I have the breakdown of what the potential is. Like, if everyone attends every workshop every week from the units where they live, I can share that with you guys at the end as well. But that's just based on the workshops and meetings. It's not including like powwow, elder meetings, other events, Christmas parties, stuff like that.
Which I think all of that, I mean, that's clearly pretty significant to what we're trying to figure out. So that's my first question, I guess. And then the other question that I have is the board, I guess, everything comes out of the one cost center for board and chair?
No, it does not. The meetings, The board travel in the board cost center is broken down between the meetings and then out of service area travel. So the meetings, as, you know, like you coming here today, and then the out of service area travel would be to MAST or G2E or wherever. So those are recorded in two different accounts.
There's also other funding sources, so like.
Now, depending on who's paying, if, you know, there might be.
From us, that was coming from a different division. The chairman, I believe, has his own cost center where there is some travel budgeted in.
Yeah, I have a cost center that's just reserved for travel, that's just for chairman, so it doesn't, so your
Was
funds
all
don't.
of that on here?
What I wanted to finish saying is, so sometimes there's travel that only I'm invited to, so we have a separate cost center for that, so it doesn't pull money from you guys' travel cost center.
Right, but is all of this, everything included on this?
It's on the worksheet, Kim, that's done by individual. Should they all receive that, correct?
Nope, I actually got it this morning, and it is only through, I'm going to send it to you guys. Well, I can't tell what it's through because it's not date sorted. So this is what accounting sent me this morning as far as an update to the.
From Rob's request?
Holly, is that updated through?
It is updated through.
It's updated through 9/30. And on the information that you received, it would be in the description. So you would see it listed either as a mileage reimbursement. It may be listed as motor pool or travel. And there are sums off to the side for each individual board member.
Is that the new one that we're talking about?
I just sent
The one
it
you
to
just
guys.
sent?
Yep, I got you on this.
It's a point of inquiry,
Aaron has a point of
because it matches what she's asking, and I think Lana was making a clarification. The FOIA request did not include all of the travel individual board members were making if it was covered by another source. So like in health, if somebody's going for a health reason, it was covered by health, then that was not in the FOIA request. I was just gonna do travel to OVW, it just got canceled. But the board budget wasn't gonna pay that. That other budget, because it's allowable under that budget, was gonna pay it. So wherever we can book it off to another account, we don't charge it to the board budget unnecessarily.
Okay, Tyler has a point of inquiry as well, and then we'll get back to the list.
That's true, but Larry was charged for his travel in the consent decree when he was not a board member, and it was put on his report.
For how
It
long?
was all travel. You
Since
guys,
22.
It wasn't just from the board's budget. It was not specific to the
You
board's budget.
got on in
They asked for all board member
24.
travel. So accounting put together, pulled from all cost centers.
That's because Larry, up until, Larry wasn't a board member. till
Right, but it
24.
was captured in that FOIA.
Oh,
Okay, let's get back to this. Kim?
because he went as a conservation.
I'm going to look at this and see if this has, I guess, the answers to
circle
the
back to you?
questions. Yeah.
Okay. I have Aaron, Bridget, no, I'm sorry. I have Sean, Aaron, Bridget, and then I'll circle back to you, Kim.
Mine pertains to the GSA. I see those vehicles we have in St. Ignace sitting there quite a bit. They're used for meals, they're used for healthcare, but a lot of times they sit. So for each GSA vehicle, we pay $380 a month, whether they're used or not, correct?
Yeah, that's the SUV price. There's all different prices depending on the type of vehicle.
Okay. So does each of the 5 units have GSA vehicles?
That I don't know because, you know, health is the primary source. ACFS has them. I'm not sure if there's any in Marquette. There wasn't to my knowledge, but I think the other locations have GSA vehicles.
Okay. Well, I guess for further discussion, if we could get that information of how many GSA vehicles we pay for a month, may be helpful. I have no problem using one of them. I see them sitting there all the time, and I think I could work around that issue. But I think we kind of lost track here of my resolution. My whole resolution was travel, unneeded travel. And I hope I don't make anybody take offense to this, but Al is our gaming guy. I firmly believe him and his team should go to G2E and report back to us on what machines we should buy. That's what we pay you for, instead of unlimited number of board members going. Aaron goes to a lot of tribal things, state, federal. That's great, but I don't think 5 of us from the board need to go. 1 or 2. I think the members want accountability. The only place I traveled was to the Lansing meeting. I did go to Mount Pleasant for a Three Fires Confederacy meeting. Kim Hampton was there. Aaron was there. And I have concerns because the second day I was there, the lady running it called me back over to her table, and she had me sign a paper, and the Three Fires Confederacy, being Native American, paid me to be there. So I never put in for no reimbursement. I'm just curious if that's ever happened in the past, if people are double dipping. You know, you see these congressmen get elected at $170,000 a year, and 2 years from being a congressman, now they're worth $6 million. Yeah. I never could understand that. I was a previous police officer downstate. If there's a conference coming up for police officers, I'm not going to go to it as a board member. I'm going to send Bob Marchand. Come back and give us a speech. We saved a ton of money. He reported back to us what he found on new radios, new police cars, new guns, whatever. I firmly believe that's what the members want. That's why I put that resolution in place. But now that it evolved into board travel just to meetings, maybe that's good too. But my original resolution was for out-of-town, out-of-state travel of everybody going.
No, I appreciate that, Sean. So we're just finishing up the conversation on motor pool and GSA, and then we're going to pivot to that. I don't think we're going to be speaking on it too much longer. So the list I have right now is Aaron, Bridget, and then Kim Lee. If you want to talk, you have that opportunity. So go ahead, Aaron.
So I think we should pivot now because we clearly don't have the votes to do anything different on board travel and use of motor pool. So I only heard maybe two voices, maybe 3 voices that would want to do something. The majority's not going to want to do something, so I think we're wasting our time on that. I do think that it's short-sighted, but that's your choice, because there was a time when I was young and foolish, and I thought getting that big check was a good thing, but then when you look at your mileage, and then you got to buy a new vehicle. So anyway, so I would much prefer to use a motor pool vehicle that's a 4-wheel drive, that's safe, that's maintained. You know, I have no arguments and have never had any arguments, and that was at this board table. So I too want to apologize because it was characterized that the vehicles were shoddy, that they weren't kept up, you know, whatever. And that's not representative of the board. So
Can I share the total amounts? Is that okay
sure,
with you?
and I'm not done yet, though.
Yep, I know. I just want to have the opportunity to say this if we are pivoting. So the big reason why we're talking about this is just to trim costs. So it doesn't matter to me if this is the way we've always done things. I mean, we did the board pension for the longest of time, but we got away from that. We used to have lunch catered to us every Tuesday. Yeah. But we did away with that, and we gave everyone a lunch break now. So just because we did it for the longest of time doesn't mean it's the right way to go about doing things. But this isn't directed towards anyone. I mean, Unit 1 is where I live. I mean, I drive motor pool vehicles now, and it does have an impact on me. It's not a sacrifice. It's an inconvenience, but a small one, and when every single employee other than us has to follow it, it's really not that big of a deal. But Unit 5, so this is based on the people in these units traveling every single Tuesday to the workshops and meetings. It wouldn't include powwows, elder meetings, other events, Christmas parties, things like that. So Unit 5 over 4 years would cost $48,000, and this is simply the total miles times it by 2 to make it a round trip, times it by 70, or 0.70 because that's the mileage rate, times that by 52 weeks in a year, times that by 4 years. So Unit 5 would be $48,000 over a 4-year period if you're reimbursing a board member for that Unit 4, there's 2 board members there, and that adds up to $77,000 over 4 years. Unit 3, there's 2 board members there, that adds up to $41,000. In Unit 2, there's 2 board members there, and that adds up to $22,000. I'm not including Unit 1 because we live here and we shouldn't be charging mileage to drive across town to get here. But altogether, that adds up to $190,000 over 4 years, or $47,000 per year in personal mileage reimbursement, which also equates to $4,000 a month that goes in our pocket. That's excessive, and that's why we're having the conversation. So Bill's already stated it would save money to work with us, to make them available. So it's out there. So go ahead, Aaron.
All right. So you just excluded a whole bunch of things that I think some people might be billing for. So I think we need a policy to govern what we can submit for reimbursement and what we can't, because ever since that board office years ago denied me, I have not requested it ever again. I'm not stupid. You know, you kick an old dog twice and it's going to move, right? And I applied for it. I requested it. I looked at the list and saw everybody else what they were doing, and a lot of people were getting reimbursement mileage for going to powwows, for going to ceremonies, for stuff. I don't know if that's happening now, but I think we need a policy to set that, because if you requested of Lana doesn't have any discretion to say yes or no. She's going to do it. And so I want to know if I'm eligible for something I'm not applying for, because I'm not applying for it right now. I have not. I don't request travel to go to powwows, or actually to even elder meetings. I just went to the elder advisory meeting. I don't ever request that because I didn't think we could. So I think we should find out whether or not we can. So that needs to be established. Okay, so that's number 1. Number 2, Sean jumped ahead, and for 3 fires, I want to make it clear, and Lana can attest to this, because I spoke at 3 fires. I did a presentation, so they paid me. And then when I got a check in the mail, I'm like, wait a minute, I shouldn't be getting a check because I used a motor pool, and my travel or my lodging was covered by the tribe. So then I asked them to separately invoice the tribe, which they never did. So the tribe covered that, but I did not get paid to go separately to that event. So, and I never would do that. That would be an ethical problem if somebody took that money. So that's number 2. Number 3 is I appreciate hearing from Sean. It's the first time, and I appreciate hearing there are some travel that is important for us to do. National meetings that have a value back to the tribe. NCAI is one of those. NIHB is one of those. NIEA, nobody goes to NIEA that I know of. Unity would be one of those. Any of those that have a benefit back to the tribe, I think that does make sense. I don't agree with Indian Gaming Association. I don't agree with G2E because, you know, and I've been on this board for a long time. I was a Gaming Authority Chair for many, many years, Gaming Commission Chair. I don't see any value at all to the tribe, back to the tribe. But having said that, I also don't support the board regulating each other's choice. I think that's foolish. I think it's short-sighted. I think it's spiteful. I think it came about, and I know I get blamed for this, for the original resolution that was brought forward. I did not bring that resolution forward. It was other board members that did, and I think it was wrong then. I think it's wrong now. So I think however a board member chooses to represent their people, I would hope that they would use discretion and not just go to Vegas 3 times in 1 month. And I know that happened. I'm not lying. That happened. A board member went to Vegas 3 times in 1 month. That's ridiculous. But I'm not on the side of us picking and choosing when we're going to vote to let that board member go and do their job or not do their job. I would hope that they would use better judgment than to go to Vegas three times in 1 month or 3 times in 2 months or whatever. But I think we're going down a slippery slope. And Kim and Mike said it last time, and I was grateful for that we're going to default to like a childish approach where I know my travel is going to be denied. If I say something to say something that make people mad, then that's going to be a no vote. My excusing me for medical when I was at the hospital got denied by some board members at a meeting that I wasn't at. So I mean, it is going to devolve to that, you know. So I think that board members should make better choices, but I think that I don't think we should be choosing for each board member how they're going to represent their people. The people can choose not to put them back in office if they think they're doing wrong, but I also do support transparency. So when that report came out, that report was pretty shocking, because some people's travel was very, very expensive, and it was, you know, I won't say anybody in particular, but somebody's travel was 4 times greater than the chairman of the tribe.
So let's take a pause for a second. So we've been having a really good conversation. I know you are. I know you are. So we've been having a really good conversation, but I'm already starting to feel the vibes that it's going to get chippy. So let's all take a breath. We're just trying to save money. This isn't being directed towards anyone, either you, Aaron, but we have a list. We have to get through it. This isn't the only thing that we're going to talk about today either. So people need to say what they need to say, and then we need to move on to the next item. So the list that I have is Bridget, Kimley, if you want to speak, you have that opportunity, because I said I'd circle back to you. And then Lana, did I miss anyone's hands? Okay, I got you down, Tyler. Okay, go ahead, Bridget.
Well, I didn't want to go into some certain places, but anyhow, if I come up here once a week on an average of 52 weeks, it's about $3,700 for the year. And yes, there's going to be weeks that we might have something extra. I'm coming twice, maybe I'm going to Zoom. Okay? I mean, I feel like this is coming to us by 2 people that don't have to drive. I mean, we drive 90%. The majority of this board drives 90% of the time to Sault Ste. Marie. I knew that when I got on the board. But, you know, I mean, this morning, the majority of Unit 1 wasn't even here when we started this morning, but those of us that drove were here. You know, you guys, you get to stay home an extra hour or 2 or 3 compared to some of us driving. You get to go home for lunch if you want on, you know, when we go to lunch. That's expenses that we're covering. This isn't even anything that I wanted to talk about, but, you know, I just feel like you guys are after us for, and Sean wasn't even bringing this up. It was obviously about actual conferences that he was bringing it up. And Nick, there was nothing that I'm aware of that was said about motor pool. I have never used motor pool as a board of director, but I did when I was an employee and everything was fine. But we also go back and forth when it's convenient to say, we should be just like an employee. And then we'll say, we're not going to be like an employee, because there's big differences, we know. There's our own board travel policy. There's things employees can't do that we do. And sometimes we like to use that, and sometimes we don't. So as far as the Vegas comment, okay, I don't know where those 3 trips are, but I've never lied about where I've traveled. I write about it in my unit report. I went to Vegas twice last year in October. Once was for G2E, the other one was NCAI. The normal conferences that I do go to are those 2, self-governance. I've been to NIHB. So those are the normal ones that I go to. Obviously on my HUD, that's paid for by the government, so that's not on the tribe. But to say that just because you may not like to go to Vegas or whatever, I don't go to Vegas to get drunk and gamble, because that's, anybody that knows me knows that's not me. But we are members of the Gaming Authority. We are sitting on the Gaming Commission, okay? The subjects that are discussed out there, that I went to every single class. I've got a report that I'm putting out to the membership exactly what I did when I was out there. Attended every class. The last day, went to all the slot meetings. I understand where you're coming from, Sean, but if you have never been there, it's hard to say. It's not all about the slot machines. It's so much more than that. In all the the workshops that they're doing, they're talking about everything that affects us in gaming, and it's just mind-blowing. I started to write a report on this yesterday and came up with almost 1,000 words, and I was in the first day that I was out there. So, you know, like I said, I know for a fact there's been board members that did a lot of misappropriated things out in Vegas and other areas that I'm not going to discuss, but I know it's not me. So if we want to go there, I'll go there. But I'm just going to say, just throwing it out there, a lot of conferences are held out in Vegas. in those type of atmospheres, because they know that people are going to attend the conferences because of that out there. I know one of the NIHC usually is out there. This year it's in Oklahoma. I would be probably going to that because of housing, but I had already signed up for NCAI. So yes, I am going to NCAI next month too. A lot of my colleagues on my HUD board do that as well. So, and I'll face the music if the membership doesn't like that, but I'm not going to lie about what I'm doing or not, discuss what I'm doing, because I'm not doing anything wrong.
Kim Lee, did you want to speak? Yeah. Okay, go ahead.
So I'm not going to call anybody's travel out, because here's the thing. Aaron, looking at this, it looks like you're on track to be about the same place that Tyler is in the next few years. Do I think you and him both go do great, fabulous things for the tribe? Absolutely. So do I encourage that? Yes, I do. If that's going to be what brings home to our people and to our tribe what we need to make sure that we are doing the best we possibly can, I do support that. Have I been to Vegas? I absolutely have. Have I showed up every single morning for every single meeting? Absolutely. Have I brought back what I've learned to the tribe and shared with staff? I absolutely have. So can I say that I'm using any trip that I've ever taken? I've tried to bring back the best that I can from that, and also don't have too much fun while I'm there. So, I mean, I don't want to say that we don't need to cut some things back and figure out how we can do that. I absolutely do support that, but I also support traveling and advocating for our people, because it's important, very important. And if we don't do that, especially with the way the legislation is going right now, who's advocating for us? It's certainly not the people that are sitting in Washington. So that's all.
Okay, Lana, then Tyler.
Yeah, pretty much right along the lines of what Kim stated. My travel is very minimal. I mean, the FOIA showed that. I'm not going to get into voting on whether a board member goes to something certain or not. I feel the same way that when board members go to places, they are trying to legislate and advocate for the tribe. So I'm not going to do anything different except probably support that quarterly report to the membership. I'll support that. That's going to reduce costs right there, but Kim's right. I looked at some of the board's travel and I was shocked, and some that say that they're not getting it, well, that's a lie, because they are getting it. We got the numbers updated this morning. So people are putting in for requests. Mine was almost $6,000 for the last, I don't know, it was $5,000, something. Anyways, and the farther you got to go, or the more you advocate out there. I think the chairman, you have the board budget that they pay you out of, plus you have a $25,000 budget or $10,000 budget under the chairs.
I can't remember what the exact amount is, but yeah, it's for...
Because we did that for, it's $20,000, so that's a separate budget than the board travel budget. Yep. Okay. So, I mean, I think that we just spent an hour of time on something that is so ridiculous that, and if you look at the numbers, the travel did go up. I wasn't really gonna, I am not gonna go there. I was gonna say a bunch of things and I'm not, because it's just gonna be hurtful. But this is a waste of our time. It really is. Because these same board members that are constantly bickering are the ones that are on hiking trips and doing fun things, and then they come back and do this big grandstand. It's just ridiculous. So let's do the quarterly report to say what we spend in travel. That's going to reduce it right there, because that's going to be accountability for the board members, and let people that do want to go out there and advocate for the tribe, like Tyler, like Aaron, like Austin, or whoever else wants to do it, let them do it. I mean, it's ridiculous. We're grown adults.
So I want to respond to that. So a lot of times when I travel, and if I'm out and about, I'll try to jog, I'll try to hike. So She's probably referring to me, and guilty as charged. But I want to put it out there, it's one of the things that I do for self-care. So if I can throw on a pair of hiking boots and hike up a trail while I'm at a conference or a government to government, I'm going to do it every time. So, Tyler, go ahead, then Aaron.
So I just wanted to touch on this a little bit too, is that this doesn't even show the full breadth of what we're actually doing. I just got appointed to a few more committees. Some of the work, the national advocacy I've done has helped, well, because of the government shutdown, the 2 positions aren't official yet, but it's helped expedite 2 positions on the board. The one has been tentatively notified, so SAMHSA with Austin. The other one hasn't been. Both of you? No,
I'm on SAMHSA.
He's on SAMHSA. But that was direct national advocacy at STAC. So what people don't realize is that, yeah, the federal government actually pays for me to attend STAC now. But they reimburse me. And our last meeting was in Martha's Vineyard. It was a week long, and I'm well over $3,300 out of pocket, and I probably won't be seeing that money this year. So these are the other things that fall on us as board members, and I just had to stomach it. It's something that I have to deal with. I'm also on the NIH TAC, which pays me to travel twice a year to attend those. And now I recently got appointed to the Michigan Medicaid Advisory Committee, as well as another board that's yet to be announced. So the advocacy, the networking, the national partnerships, the work that we do, I advocated for when Aaron was chair way back when, that it is important for the tribe to be present at these things because it puts us forefront and center at the things that we need to be doing. Now, if you look at my travel, yes, almost 2/3 of my travel expenses are coming from my area, my home in Marquette, to this board meeting and then back. There's a little bit here and there to Munising and back because it's over 45 miles. This report doesn't even touch on the breadth of what we're actually doing because there are other paid things that we're being asked to attend where other people pay for us to attend. So it doesn't really show the cost-benefit analysis. Plus, some of the advocacy work that I've done together with the chairman have actually directly impacted the tribe and brought money back to the tribe. Other board members have done the same thing. The HUD advocacy equally is important. We are representatives of a sovereign nation, and as Aaron mentioned earlier on, you wouldn't be asking State Senator John DeMoose or anybody else who is our representative what their travel budget is and how they're getting reimbursed because they're doing their job. I don't have any shame in doing my job. I know that I go to work and I work hard, and I do feel guilty if I miss out a meeting because I'm just burned out or sick or tired. But I can tell you that when we were with STAC, those were 12-hour days with just the meeting portions. And then we had to because it was in such a remote location, we had to get bused back and forth. It was very, very long days, and that's just that. We've all been to DC for Mass Impact Week, right? I think most of us at this point have. I think that is one of the most important things we can do because not only are we advocating as a tribe, we're advocating as multiple tribes in the Midwest region, hitting multiple legislators' offices and sending the same message for consistency. Those messages matter because we build relationships with representatives, with senators, with congresspeople, and potential future ones because of the people that work in their office as well. Those are also really long days. We work from 7 a.m. till sometimes 9 p.m. at night. If we do the dinners afterwards with some of the representatives, those are not easy days. So people act like this is all fun and games. It's not. If people don't want me to represent the tribe, well, that's their choice. But as long as I'm here representing the tribe, I'm going to do my best and the hardest I can do to represent this tribe because I think it does pay off. We've had direct communication with the federal government, with the director of IHS to confirm what I have been saying for 3 years about the usage of our third-party revenue utilized for tribal services and support. And tonight I have a resolution on the agenda to balance out government budget with that, knowing what we know and knowing that we've had a call directly with our legal department and IHS themselves. So I think the work that Aaron does is important. I see that you just got named treasurer of NCAI.
No, not yet.
Oh, not yet. Oh.
I got substance abuse task force.
Oh, okay, maybe I got it mixed up. I thought you said treasurer.
You jumped ahead.
Oh, But, so even the Substance Abuse Task Force, even that is important. Having as many of us on committees, national committees, regional committees, state committees as possible is important because those positions are not easy to get, and we need to maintain them. There are 576 federally recognized tribes, and we hold quite a few tribal advisory committee seats, and we should be proud of that as a tribe. And I'll just say that, like, I know what my capabilities are, I know what I bring to the table, and I'm not ashamed of what I do.
Aaron, then Lana.
So I want to explain something, and I hope I don't get cut off. Kathy Abramson and I at one time didn't work closely together, and it's kind of foolish when I look back at it. When I came back to office in 2012, she came to me and she said, let's go have lunch with Frank Edewagijic, because he's both of our hero. So we did. We went downstate, we had lunch, and she said, she reached out her hand and she said, I need your help. She was chairman of the National Indian Health Board. She said, nobody's traveling and doing this kind of work, and I need you to help me. And she said, here's what I want you to do. So she gave me an assignment. She said, I want you to get on TIBIC, Tribal Interior Budget Council. I want you to advocate, because you understand appropriations really well, and I want you to fight for appropriations. I want you to get on STAC and join me on STAC. She was on STAC, HHS STAC, where Tyler is. She said, because I need your help, because I can do some things really well, but I need your help. So I got on STAC with her. And Kathy Abramson and I were at the table at the national level when we pushed for the ACA and we got funding. The Medicaid expansion we talk about today is because of our efforts, because of Kathy's efforts as the chair of the National Indian Health Board. And so we all have it within us to be able to do and bring our skills to the table. And it might be substance abuse, it might be the opiate crisis, it might be whatever it is. And I'm grateful, I'm hearing around the table, but it's taken us a while to get here, that the majority of us support board member travel when it makes sense, when it brings a value back to the tribe, and that we also don't want to get into the game where we're starting picking and choosing the winners and losers, who gets travel or not. So when this first came forward, we did table it. We did have a full workshop, and we had a full discussion about this. There wasn't a majority of the board that wanted to do something different. So then it gets put back on the table, and that's called dilatory, because there isn't the will to make a change. But here we are today. I sense some people showed up at the meeting today ready to fight, and I felt it. And if we support the same thing mainly, then we're arguing around the fringes, basically, and there's not a value for that. So instead, what we should be doing is seeing that there is value for board travel when we go and we advocate for our tribe at the highest levels, and we get access at the highest levels. I still have that access, and I use it wherever I can. Tyler's got that access now. And other board members who haven't traveled, if you want to travel and come out, like I just got appointed, I'm the co-chair of the Substance Abuse Task Force at NCAI. I've gone for 12 years. I think that's something that anybody who's been involved in TAP, who wants to see what's happening at the national level, how we can get new strategies and new ideas to bring back home, you should come to NCAI and feel good about it. Don't feel guilty about it, feel good about it. And let's work as a team and show each other the ropes. When Denny came to MAST one year, that was shocking. But it was good because he was able to talk to Benešek. And I don't want to talk to people like that. Like, I won't go meet with Bergman. I don't want to meet with Bergman. But you have the ability to talk to Bergman. And you guys have a good talk because you talk about hunting or whatever. And good for you. That's good for you. I don't want to do that. I don't want to talk to him. He doesn't support the ACA. But so we should be working as a team. The FOIA request that came out, when it was published, it wasn't published in such a way that clarified, like Kim just made a clarification, and it just kind of came out, and there's a sticker shock, obviously. So we should think about, when we do publish that kind of stuff, about how it's put out there. And it's an individual request, but we do have an interest as a tribe to put out good information. So I support the quarterly reports. I think people should know where we're going, but I think we should also be telling them why we're doing it, so they can see the value of what we're doing. Thank you.
Okay, Lana? All right, so I'm going to talk then. So It's a good discussion, but we're fooling ourselves if our membership doesn't want us to scale this back. And it's not just our tribe, it's Indian country as a whole. The conferences in Vegas have become a joke on the internet. I mean, there's a lot of memes on the internet that are actually really funny. So we mentioned some different conferences that we've been to. Did anyone go to NAHB last year? Did anyone?
I went to the earlier one.
And I
But
think
not
it's
on the
because
side.
last year NAHB was in South Dakota and not in a cool place. You know what I mean? Like Sean's giggling because they schedule them in vacation destinations to try to get people to want to go to them. And the way it currently works, if there's any training, any conference, if I want to go to it, I email Lana, email our travel agent, I get the reservations made, you know what I mean, stay in nice hotels and whatnot, and it's up to me when I get there whether or not I learn. And then it's up to me to bring back that information, right? So a lot of self-discipline goes into it. But we're fooling ourselves if we think that our membership doesn't want us to scale it back. They absolutely do. So at this point, we have workshop both angles of this, the GSA and the motor pool angle, and we've workshop conferences as well. So next time we go to vote for this, I ask that it not be tabled, that you guys just vote it up or down. I think going forward, providing motor pool / GSA vehicles to board members is the right thing to do because it's what our team members have to do and it saves money. Our CFO stated that. You know, the CFO who's in training can also verify that. As far as the trips go and out-of-state travel, I'm not supportive of voting on each individual board member's travel either, but I think just a simple 25% reduction on the board's and the chairman's travel budget is appropriate considering the climate right now. And whether or not you guys are willing to do it for your board travel, I will do it for my chairman travel. I mean, you guys can look at my numbers. I cut costs everywhere I can. I carpool. I stay at Airbnbs. That trip where I went hiking, Rob and I, we stayed in Airbnb and we saved, I think, $500 on lodging. What I do is I email Sherry and I say, hey, the hotel that this is taking place at, what's the nightly rate? And then if I can beat it, I send it over to that department and then it gets booked. But it was a $500 in savings. Me and Rob carpooled to the airport. The reason why I did that is because I'm the lead negotiator and I try to pay attention to conservation type stuff, especially considering how poorly we fared with the consent decree negotiations. And in full transparency, every time the Natural Resource Division invites me to a trip, and if it's utilizing grant dollars that doesn't use tribal support to get me there, I'm gonna go there. 2 weeks from now, I'm gonna be in San Francisco for that. Danny Fagan emailed me, said, hey, we have a grant. We're gonna send Eric to this conference. We would love for you to go to learn as well. I'm gonna go there. It doesn't go against tribal support, and I'm probably gonna hike when I go there. I'm gonna work out, I'm gonna jog, I'm gonna be healthy, and it's not gonna go against our bottom line. So, are you ready to move on, guys? But that's what's coming, is a resolution to reduce my budget 25%, and you guys, if you guys are willing to as well, so we can hopefully put this to rest and then offer you guys GSA motor pool vehicles, and if you want to use them, great. If you don't, you get a reduced rate. If you guys vote it down, that's fine. I'm still gonna use motor pool just to save costs, and when it gets published, you guys can explain it away. So, we ready?
I got one thing.
Okay, Rob put his hand up, then Tyler.
So I agree with Austin. I will respond to a couple of things as far as going hiking. So most people know by now I have a serious medical condition where I can't actually hike. So if you think I'm hiking up Grand Mountains or something, you're wrong. So that's a little bit rude to say that. I wish I could go hiking. I could go for small walks, but at the end of the day, I would rather a representative of our people be setting a good example by going hiking and stuff on their free time than I would rather have them sitting around getting pictures taken surrounded by a bucket.
Rob, it's not necessary. It's not necessary. We've kept it clean. Let's keep it clean. We're about done.
I'm not saying anyone's names. I'm just saying what I would rather see as a member, and that's what I would rather see. I'd rather see healthy activities than sitting around by buckets of beer. And the pictures are there if you want to see them. So, other than that, I like what Sean is going about here. I also agree with most of the directors. I don't think that the board should be voting individually every time someone wants to travel, and I think most directors are responsible enough to determine where they should go and when to represent their people. I do agree with Lana that publishing it in detail that's going to provide a cost cut on its own, because these unnecessary trips, they will stop. So I think that shedding some sunlight on it and having a report that the members can see. I honestly think that we should report before and after. I think we should report before where we plan on going for the quarter or the 6 months, depending on what we choose, how we choose to structure the report, what we're going there for, what we intend to learn, or what impact it will have on the tribe, and then a follow-up. So that should be included with a quarterly or biannual report as well. I know some people include it in their unit reports, but it should be specific to that report. And I agree with the chair. I think we're being really naive if we think that our members see those numbers in a FOIA request and think that it's okay by any means. It's not. So I think that we have to do something. I don't think that dictating where each other goes is going to be the answer. I think full transparency to the membership is going to be.
Okay, so Tyler's got his hand up. Can we move on after Tyler speaks? Okay, Tyler, then let's move on.
This is just relating to the resolution on the agenda tonight for quarterly board travel reports. I don't know why we would start quarterly at Q3. I feel like if we're going to just do this, why don't we just do all of 2025 for the November report and then do the final quarter in like January or something like that. And then also I would like it broken down by out of unit or conference travel, and then in unit to meetings and things like that. I think it would be more accurate depiction. It would show people where we're going and not just a general number. Like, these reports need to be realistic. Like, you know, the board all traveled to the Sault Ste. Marie for board workshop and meeting, you know, not just like mileage reimbursement. That doesn't make any, it doesn't tell our membership anything. So if we're going to do this, it needs to be done right. We can't expedite it, but I would like to see this amended to break it down to do those two things. And I have no problem with open transparency on this. There's no issue with this. And then starting in 2025, since the FOIA already has been released for 2024 and below, I think we should have this, instead of Q3, we just say Q1 to be published as soon as possible or something like that. So that's just my input on this resolution that Sean has on tonight.
All right, guys, can we move on?
It's a point of inquiry.
Okay.
It says, I'd love to see who sponsored it. It's got that generic board of directors. Can I get a list of who sponsored it?
I thought Sean
was
did.
told it was board of directors. No, that's not Sean's resolution.
I'm not sure who sponsored it. It was out of a recent workshop, and
I can be the sponsor. it
legal
doesn't
was
matter.
directed to draft it, but I don't know who the sponsor was going to be.
Oh, okay.
So.
Okay. All right, guys, let's move on.
Oh, Sean's the other one.
Okay, so let's take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to get back onto the agenda. So we're going to skip facilities uses agreement. Andrew's been notified, and we're going to reschedule with him. So after the 5-minute break is up, we'll be on the item Cultural Committee Updated Bylaws Review. Tyler Bushore is here, and then we'll do agenda review, and we'll have the meeting. So 5-minute break, guys.
So
ahead and start making our way back to our seats. In another minute, we're going to go ahead and get started. All right, guys. All right, guys, let's go ahead and begin. The item that we're on is Cultural Committee Update Bylaws Review. After this, it's agenda review and then the meeting. So we have Tyler Bouchard and Laura Bouchard online, so whenever you're ready.
Ani, everybody. Tyler Bouchard, co-chair of the Cultural Committee, Ogima and Nini. So the last time we came in front of you guys, we brought our bylaws. You guys made suggestions. You asked us to get a legal review. So we went through all of our bylaws and took care of all the suggestions that you guys had us take care of. And then we sent it for a legal review. The legal review just came back, so we're bringing it back to you guys to vote on our bylaws. I don't know if you guys want me to go through all of the red marks on the bylaws.
Do you guys want them to go through each red mark?
No, this is the significant changes, because
Yep.
if you just wanted to highlight the significant changes, because actually, when we redid the cultural committee, I took part in this, and we took a lot of time on this one. So just whatever significant changes are, it doesn't look like there's many.
No, there's not a lot of significant changes, and I don't know, is it on the board at all?
No, but if you want it, I will put it up there.
Okay, Aaron?
So I just want to request, because it's not on for tonight, right? I want to request, because one of your members, who's also a member of the Elder Advisory, brought to the Elder Advisory, and they did vote to request the Cultural Advisory Committee meet with the Elder Advisory just to walk through what the changes are. I told them I didn't think the changes were big, because we workshopped it, and she said that she was told that the committee said no, but they voted to request it. They just voted to request it. So if that's possible, then we could get their support.
So this was brought to the committee. One of the Elder Advisory, I believe she's the chair, is also on our committee, and we brought it up to the committee. The main concerns that the committee had was that does every committee have to bring their bylaws up to the Elder Advisory Committee? And the committee didn't want to have influence on what the committee's decisions were. And that was the committee's decision. Again, I'm chair, I don't vote, it's all the committee, I just vote, pass back information. So this was we held a vote, this is what the committee voted on. It was to have these bylaws put in first, and then if the elders wanted us to correct them, then we could come back and do a change of the bylaws.
Okay, Aaron?
Seems pretty straightforward. That's what I would request. Because like right away I thought, it sounds like a reasonable request. But then she said what you just said, that the committee voted. And then I asked to see how many people are on the committee right now. And the Cultural Advisory only has a couple people on it. And so it just seems like it would be a nice courtesy just to walk through. I don't think they're going to want to do any kind of wholesale changes or anything. I think it's just a courtesy.
Before we get going, so per Lana's suggestion, is anyone opposed to just covering the major changes? Okay, so let's just cover that, Tyler.
Okay, so, and I don't have on here, I have the same copy that you have. I don't have my notes on here. The biggest change that we put on here was when the officers are appointed. So you'd scroll down to Article 2, which is respect. And then you scroll down to where the red paragraph, the second paragraph is. It starts with when new officers are to be appointed. So here's where probably the biggest changes are that we went through is when new officers are to be appointed, an open call for nominations will be issued to all committee members at least 2 weeks prior to the election. Members may nominate themselves or others to be considered. Candidates will have the opportunity to deliver a brief speech or participate in a Q&A session during a scheduled meeting, though this is optional. Voting will be conducted during the next scheduled meeting via open roll call vote with a majority vote required for appointment. Officers will serve terms of 2 years and may be reappointed for consecutive terms pending committee approval. Any midterm vacancies will be addressed through a special appointment or interim vote via Robert's Rules of Order. Officers may resign their position by submitting written notice to the Ogima Anini or Ogima Kwe. Removal from office may occur by a majority vote in cases of inactivity or failure to fulfill assigned duties as outlined in Article 6. All appointments will be documented in the meeting minutes, and an updated committee roster will be shared with committee and relevant stakeholders. We just wanted to have, we've kind of had noticed within our committee that we're kind of a free flow committee, so we've had some committee members resign due to personal reasons or taking on more stuff. So we wanted to have something in there that our officers would always have a seat, so we'd always have those positions filled. And that was all a unanimous vote on the committee. And then the other big one would be down in Article 3. And it's all reappointments to the committee shall require a written letter of intent. Each member unable to attend a regular meeting of the committee must notify the committee secretary of his or her expected absence. Members having 4 or more unexcused absences during any 12-month period may forfeit their membership. Forfeiture of membership must be done by a majority, 50% plus 1 vote of the active committee members. The committee chairperson shall declare seat vacant and shall direct that a letter be sent to the tribal chairperson informing him or her of any actions. Special meetings may be exempt from the absentee policy or absence policy. So for this one particularly, we wanted to make sure when we talked last time with you guys, it was a little unclear on how we were utilizing our being absence policy. So we wanted to kind of clean it up a little bit to where it's 4 unexcused meetings per year.
Aaron?
So I think that's good. But you're using terms in here that probably needed to be defined somewhere else, because you're saying active. So what is an active member? Somebody that goes to every meeting? Somebody that goes to 90%, 80%?
So
you
I
might
think
need a definition section.
Okay, like at the bottom to define what an active member is?
Usually the definitions are at the first, aren't they? Yeah.
At the top, okay.
Yeah. Anywhere where you think that it's not clear or somebody might wonder, what does that mean? And the reason you do that is because then if you get into that position someday, you don't have to argue about it then. You've already covered it.
Bridget?
So the board is still appointing people to this committee, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so, and I'm not positive, Lana, but isn't every committee have to do the letter of intent and 3 letters of support?
For their initial appointments, yes, but not all committees, like the enrollment committee, if they want to be reappointed, they just send a letter of request to you guys, right? And then they send me the recommendation. Now, this is changing it where, I probably shouldn't have this.
Yeah, it just says their written letter of intent. That's why I was asking, because I thought all the other committees need to have the 3 letters of support.
Yes, and that's just for their initial appointment, and they're still requiring that if you look at the very beginning of their Article 3, 3 letter of interest or letter of intent and 3 letters come to them, and we do have some committees that do that also. Even if people send that to me, if these are approved, I would send them to you and Laura, Tyler. Your committee would do the letter of recommendation back to us like our enrollment committee currently does. But reappointments, some of them, in their bylaws, it does spell out that they just need to do a letter of interest to the committee they sit on, and then they make the recommendation to me, for you guys, not to me.
Yeah, you can keep going, Tyler.
One thing that I do want to make note of is in Article 4. It starts where it says sacred cultural items. So sacred cultural items may be exempt from this policy and may include, but not limited to, the following: sacred medicine, ceremonial items, foods which are used for cultural events, etc. This goes on who receives like property, like whose property it is. So if somebody's coming to the cultural committee and wants to donate something to the cultural committee as of cultural significance, we want to make sure that it stays within the committee, not individuals, but the committee itself. So if somebody's coming in and gifting the committee, I don't know, we were thinking like they want us to have corn for the next meeting, and we're going to cook up hominy, or if they're going to, pass a pipe or something along those lines to stay with that committee, that it would stay within the committee's role and not the tribe's role. So that's where that one is.
Aaron?
So I support that, but I think that you probably need to get some definitions on that too, because if somebody brings it depends, if they intend and think they're giving it to the tribe, then maybe then it'll become property of the tribe. The committee could receive it on behalf of the tribe, but if the committee is going to maintain it, then they need to be clear to the person gifting it that it's not to the committee, it's to the tribe, and you need to present it to the tribe. But then that gets back to what you had shared with us last time we saw you, which was we need a place to be able to warehouse and to keep antiquities and stuff safe, which we don't have. So, I mean, we do, but it's tiny.
That's a way bigger discussion. In Article 6, wisdom, we went over that last time, but just to go over it briefly, the committee will consist of 10 Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians members. Last time, we just had tribal members. You guys wanted more clarification on that. We put that in here. And then I believe that's it.
Hey, Tyler, Rob has a question or comment.
Yep.
So it's a little bit off of this, but it's what you were just talking about, like the gifting. And maybe this isn't the right place for this. I'd just kind of like to put it out there because there's the no double dipping policy. But I would like the culture committee to maybe come up with some solutions or bring forward recommendations to us about how we could handle this. So in our culture, it's very customary to give a gift for certain things when we pass tobacco. But for a lot of our staff, they're offered gifts and they really can't take it under policy. Now, I don't want to go down the road of where people can be making, a decent amount of money off something on the side, but then collecting a tribal paycheck at the same time. So maybe we need to set a limit of, it's got to be less than $20 monetary value or something. The reason I'm saying this is because a few months back, I helped watch a fire for a funeral service, and one of the, I went to hand a gift to one of the firekeepers who also was doing stuff as an employee, and they had to tell me no, and I respected that, but at the same time I bought that specifically for them. And now I'm holding on to it, feeling like it's not in its rightful place, because with our culture, you should be able to be able to give a gift. So I don't know if this is something the culture committee has talked about or discussed, but I obviously don't want someone to collect working hours and then go get $100 or $500 paycheck. But if someone goes to hand them something, based on our culture, they should be able to give them at least a small gift. So maybe we need to set a parameter around it to where it's not, people making a whole extra paycheck by doing certain things, but a small gift is customary, and I think that's something we need to look at as far as a policy.
Lana?
Yeah, Rob brings up a really good point. We're not at the point of, if we have people in the community or people that are working for the tribe, tending fires, cooking, cleaning up, mowing grass, that if you work for the tribe, you can't accept a gift in return. That is That is our way. That is what we're supposed to do to take care of people when they're helping in the community. Do we have a policy stating they can't accept a blanket or a token of our appreciation?
As far as I know, according to policy, that would be considered double dipping because you're on the clock receiving pay.
Well, a gift?
Yep. It's still a double dip.
That's, yeah, that's,
We had a problem at one time with employees that were on the clock and they were taking honorariums.
oh, that's one thing.
different.
That is different. That was what my point is going to be, because Rob, he was pretty specific of that. So, Tyler, you're saying if you're down in the Hessel community and building the lodge like you guys did, and I went there and gave you all a blanket for being in our community doing something, you couldn't accept that?
Not according to the policy, the way it's written, no. It would be considered double dipping and I could potentially get in trouble, yes.
That's not what that policy was intended like. That, it's monetary, it's a stipend. You're getting paid on the clock, you can't get a stipend from the cultural enhancement funds, I understand, but that is so far from our way that Rob's guy couldn't accept that gift. We have to fix that, because that's something that we should be doing. That is our way to recognize. So my firekeepers, when I buy McDonald's in the morning for breakfast, they can't take the Egg McMuffin or what? Well, yeah, we have to fix that.
If that's okay. And I want to make sure certain here that I'm not speaking for my committee. This is me as an individual, somebody who is from the committee or from the community who does a lot of work in the community. The tribe as a whole, we use money as our way of gifting as an honorarium. If we're looking at our traditions, and traditionally what we have done is we've given a gift, and what we have transitioned to for ease is money. And I think a lot of times when we're looking at these policies and looking at these things, what we're thinking of is the actual individual item and where the individual who's receiving the item. The item isn't for that individual. So the teaching behind it is you're giving a gift to that Monty Duke, that spirit that they bring with them. That's who's receiving that gift, because that's how you get recharged in our spirit. That gift goes to them. So when we're receiving gifts and we're giving gifts away, that's what we're doing, is we're not giving that gift to that person, but we're giving it to their spirit. So when we give even an honorarium, as far as like if we, let's do, for example, when we do our seasonal ceremonies here, I do an honorarium with our pipe carriers that bring in their pipes and sit in those directions, and they get that honorarium, but that honorarium is for their spirit. And the ones that we bring in already know that that money is designated for something. Like, it's not like they go take that money and go to the casino with it. Like, that money is very specific with how they can use it in their way of life. So whether it's they use it for gas to get them to and from, or they go buy a gift for somebody else, or they go and have a good meal and replenish their Monty Duke. When we do that, that's what that transition is for. It's not to pay them for their time, and I think a lot of people have that portion a little confused on why we give that gift. It's never been for their time. It's to replenish those Monty Dukes so that when we ask them for that help again, that they're there and they're strong and they're ready.
Aaron.
I like the way you explained that, but so much of it is left up to the integrity of the person who's getting the gift. Because the truth is, and I'm talking 25-year time span, so we can't pinpoint what we're talking about, is we did have somebody who was on the clock at one time that was taking honorariums, that was actually spending it at the casino and not sharing it with the people that were, I can't say more than that, people that were with that person to do a cultural service, and not even sharing it with the people that were doing the service. So that person had a gambling addiction. And so we do have an interest as a tribe to make sure that people that are in our employment don't misuse that. So, it's the way you described it is the right way to do it. So somebody should never take a gift that is going to then go cash it at the casino and then not share that with the people that went as part of that I'm trying not to say, give too much information, but, so we do have to have safeguards in place, because it's happened. It's happened more than once. We've had people that are on the clock that will go and they'll do, stuff while they're on the clock and get paid while they're on the clock. Jessica knows the whole story. And then they get honorariums, and that's stealing from our people, and we can't ever support that. So we don't want to be suspicious about people, but we have to have safeguards in place that people can't misuse that. That person obviously had an addiction, so we should have sympathy and grace, but, we're not infallible. Nobody's infallible.
Kim Gravel, then Lana.
Are you allowed to accept an honorarium after hours? Like, say you're at the Nagana-Gizik and you're doing ceremonies or something, and someone comes up and it's 8 o'clock at night and offers you something, are you allowed that then?
As far as I know, yeah, you're off the clock. That's your own time.
But then you might be on the clock when you started the ceremony. So, yeah, it's just not our way to not be able to give you something, so.
Yeah, I just think, because it's still confusing. I can totally understand if you're on the clock and you're getting paid as the tribe to do certain things, you shouldn't get a stipend. That's, cut and dry. Everybody in the whole tribe should know the difference of that. But if I want to gift, or any of us want to gift somebody a blanket or a coffee mug, them having to say no to that is ridiculous. I mean, no one's going to buy them a car or anything, I don't think, but,
I'll take a car.
Yeah, okay. I'll use my mileage.
A res car.
So, I just think that we're getting so far from any kind of way that we were taught, I don't, and, that person that Rob was going to give the gift to, that's a good thing. And we have to define that so people know the difference, because that's degrading to somebody as well. I can't accept a gift that you want to give me for helping. I hope we can figure that out. Your committee maybe could have some recommendations on that, and it should strictly be monetary. Because if somebody wants to give somebody something for helping, they should be able to accept that.
Rob, then Tyler.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Aaron. There needs to be some kind of safeguards, because it could be abused, and it has been, and it will be if we leave it wide open. But at the same time, those safeguards, it can't be a zero tolerance policy. And the reason I mentioned the knife is because I've been given those to fire keepers, different knives, since I was probably 16 years old. It's something they appreciate, they use it. And it's something that they can have and hold on to that's useful to them. So I've always kind of just stuck with the knives for fire keepers, and then different gifts for other people when they do other things. But that specifically was an eye-opener to me, because it made me think, like, okay, so how many other people have to deny gifts? And if one of the main parts of our culture is gift giving, like that's who we are. When you do something ceremonial or cultural for someone, normally same as past, but afterwards, if people do something that you appreciate, you give the gift to show that appreciation. And like Lana said, I don't think anyone's going to be giving cars away, but I mean, hey, if they are, take it. No, but no, it just can't be a zero tolerance policy. I think that, and I think it should come from the cultural committee to come up with a recommendation to the board that's fair, that allows for that gift giving to take place, even if you are on the clock. Because there's a lot of things, that are really culturally sensitive, like that our ACFS staff does, or ARC, that, they're talking about things that are really deep and near and dear to their heart. And when someone extends their self to help, it does take quite a bit of toll on their spirit. And, you're exerting your spirit to put down to help someone. And if someone wants to gift you for doing that, you should take it because it makes the person giving the gift feel good and the person receiving the gift feel good. Should they be given $500 while on the clock? Absolutely not. But, you know, earrings or a blanket or something like that, there's no reason that we should be having our people have to tell people, hey, I appreciate that, but I can't take that right now. I'm on the clock. It's like you're on the clock for a tribe whose one of their main values is gift giving. So I just think that we need to come up with some solutions, and I don't see a better place to do that than the Culture Committee.
Tyler?
Yeah, so I agree. I'm not going to repeat what's already been said. I will say that we do it for our traditional healers and our traditional medicine staff. We're actually encouraged to do it because it is part of our culture. We're taught that when we come across things, that they may not just be gifts to us, they may be gifts to somebody we come across, and that's oftentimes why we would collect those things. And for instance, I can tell you, recently I ran across a firekeeper, and somebody had gifted me flint and steel, and I had no use for it, but I accepted the gift. And firekeeper came into their teachings, and I gifted them their first flint and steel. That came to me for a reason, and that's why we do those things. It can be as simple as that. It can be feathers. It can be higher prices. Blankets can go for $500. Like, so you may not be a $500 cash payment, but it could be a blanket, a rifle, a bow, like whatever is in the person's heart. Like, I don't think we should be denying it. So I don't know. So I would support the not a fully exclusive policy. Like, that seems a little out of reach for a tribe again.
Okay, Aaron.
So you know what's funny? He's here to amend the bylaws, and we're totally off on a tangent talking about culture. But what I think that means is that we need some more teachings on a regular basis come from our cultural committee. I know when I worked for the Huron Band, they did culture and language instruction to the council on a regular basis. So everybody was able eventually to introduce themselves, their clan, their name, their language, everything. And that's just one example. So maybe we need to have culture come in, cultural committee / cultural staff come in on a regular basis and give us some teachings, because we're basically throwing a bunch of like what ifs to you, right? And we're not getting the bylaws done, but I do think it's good, and I think we should do it regularly. There seems to be a thirst at the board table for it.
Anything else to go over with us today, Tyler?
Nope, that's all.
Okay, final questions, comments? Okay, appreciate all the work that you do. You as well, Laura. Keep it up. Appreciate it. All right, so let's just take a couple-minute break, and then we'll jump into agenda review. We're going to be covering some budgets that we have to do privately because they deal with people's positions.
Afternoon, Josh Elliott from the legal department. This resolution is seeking to grant a license to Central Savings Bank to be able to use both the tribal logo and the Housing Authority logo for a promotional brochure they are looking to develop for their lending for trust land purchases and construction loans. And they have worked out a similar brochure with other tribes, and they are just requesting permission to use our intellectual property for their other brochure for lending on our land.
Okay, thank you, Josh. Any questions, comments? All right, thank you, sir. Next resolution that we'll cover is approving stewardship of tribal property. So I was asked by Natural Resource Department not to read this into the agenda today. I'm going to sponsor that because they want to loop it into a larger conversation about land management. And we're going to punt this for a little while. Right, Danny? Talking about Kreiderman, yeah, so it's not going to be on the agenda tonight. And I just put it on there so we'd have someone to keep an eye on it with the dumping that took place over there.
Approving stewardship of tribal fields.
All right, yep, so the next one would be approving planning Unit 1 Orchard. So you guys might not be in the loop because it's not you guys aren't in Unit 1, but Unit 1 approved, I believe, $10,000 from cultural enhancement to produce an orchard. And then also have some space for some indigenous plants. So apples aren't indigenous to this Great Lakes region, Tyler said, but they're still really healthy for you and for a group of people that has a whole bunch of health ailments that we're predisposed to having. Eating apples is a good thing. They basically want to rope them in so they can be involved, do some planning. So, and again, Unit 1 is using their own money to pay for it. Aaron.
So I say this in jest, neither is whatever's it, the hypersonic or ponic or whatever. Yeah, hydroponic, that's also not traditional or cultural or practice, but
well, neither are the vegetables that grow in there. So lettuce is native to the Mediterranean of this planet, and tomatoes are native to the Andes region of South America. So you got to go 2 continents below us, Tyler.
Yeah, and so one of the I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
Hold on, Tyler.
And one of the things.
Well, I'm the chairman.
Well, he's the chairman.
Yeah.
But
What happens when you're the chairman?
One of the teachings that we have actually that I learned from Nawatin, and if you don't know who that is, you probably should figure that out. But Nawatin taught us that our culture is not a dead antiquity of the past. We learn, we evolve, we change, and that's the way our way is. So apples were not part of our original, Anishinaabe culture, neither were horses, but you got a lot of cowboy Indians, right? So the other thing is, I guess I'm not too concerned, but for other units to want to reach into our cultural enhancement activities, I know if we tried to do that, I've tried to do that for some things and I've been shut down pretty solidly. I mean, I'm not scrutinizing what other units are purchasing with little buttons and stuff like that, but I do think it would be helpful for us to find a place and get some planning and moving forward. But our Unit 1 board members, through the use of our cultural enhancement, we're not taking any money from anybody else. That's our project. I would hope that we can respect our project, but I do think it's helpful to move it forward so we can get some support from planning to move it forward. So I do think it's a good idea.
One last thing to add. The reason they chose to do an orchard is because it doesn't have any ongoing operating costs. Once you plant the trees, they're in there. It's not going to require any staff. It's not going to require budget year to year, anything like that. So, Tyler, go ahead, and then Rob.
So let's just knock out both the resolutions at the same time. So if you guys are going to say that hydroponic grows are not cultural, neither are using rifles or setting up bait piles and cameras to hunt or quads or anything like that. But also the intention is not to grow lettuce and tomatoes. It is to grow only cultural and traditional foods. And the concern that I have here is that this resolution doesn't say you're using cultural funds. Nobody's trying to dip into your cultural funds. This is authorizing the Food Sovereignty Committee to move forward with a plan, and it says the CFO, the tribal CFO, to assist in identifying appropriate funding sources. And I would like the same, because I've been trying to identify funding sources for this grow unit for a while. It's a modular grow unit. So I could have applied for grants, but I don't have the ability as a board member. We have to get approval for that. But it doesn't say that you're using cultural funds. It says identifying appropriate funding sources. So that's the concern I have, and if, Unit 1 wants to do that, like Unit 5, like the people there, they've really wanted this, and we have Marty Reinhardt, who's a cultural food expert, who wants to help assist with that. So I don't really find it appropriate that you guys are saying that I'm putting tomatoes and lettuce in there, because apples really are not indigenous to North America. Some species of crab apples are, and do I know everything? Absolutely not. I'm relying on my cultural experts in my communities to help me with this thing. But it says here, unless you guys are specifying the funding source, it says identifying appropriate funding sources.
So we're just giving you a hard time, Tyler. So a lot of people know we utilize Three Sisters growing techniques, and corn's not going to grow hydroponically. Squash will grow like weeds. You just got to put a couple seeds in the ground and a splash of water. So if this doesn't pass, and if you're not willing to use cultural enhancement to pay for this, I'll help you put in a garden. You have a big community center. They have a tractor at JKL. We put in a really nice garden here in the Sioux. We probably spent under $1,000.
We
And
got
a
a
big
lot of
part of that
food out of
investment
that.
was buying the tomato cages. We had to buy like $400 or $500 worth of tomato cages. I got busy this year, so I couldn't stay on top of it as much as I wanted to, but Isaac found a community member that put in a plastic type drip top type of system, and it worked great. It worked great. We're going to go down to that garden later this week, clean it up, get it tilled for next year, but you don't need to grow hydroponically to get something going. It'd be much cheaper just to put some seeds in the ground. So if we can't afford to do this, the offer's not just Unit 5. Any one of you guys want to put a garden in, I put tons of gardens in. My first job after undergrad was working in AmeriCorps. We put a huge student garden in for the middle school. It was 15 by 180 feet long, Same with this. Isaac helped a ton with it as well, you know what I mean? So Unit 2, you guys want to put one in? We'll put one in. So, go
I
ahead.
couldn't move the next day. Don't forgive me.
Hydroponic is a recycling system with water, fish,
That you
water,
can-
right, that we
This
have
is
talked about in the
year-round
past,
growth.
right? But year-round growth, and I think that that's important, especially up there where they do get a little more.
The issue would be it's probably $100,000, $200,000 to get it,
I think it
plus
hurts to look it up,
staff.
though. That's what you're asking for, right, is to have them look.
To research it. It's like,
Rob was going to plan on the apples.
Okay, Rob, go ahead.
Okay, I'm going to add a little bit of color to this real quick. I'm going to try to keep it brief because we're short on time. So this is something that I initiated myself and the chairman after attending a couple workshops and training on food sovereignty. But the thing here is who said anything about it had to be traditional foods or cultural foods. It's cultural simply to feed your people. The other thing is the resolution was placed by the chairman, and I wasn't sure if we were doing it this meeting or next meeting, so that's my fault for not staying in touch and on top of it with him. But the resolution does need changed a little bit because the funding's already approved. This was approved unanimously from all 5 Unit 1 reps. So thank each of you for that. The funding amounts $25,000, and the purpose of this resolution isn't to approve it. It's already approved. It's to move it over to the Food Sovereignty Committee so they could plan. Now, when they plan things, if you guys paid attention during their bylaws, they will not initiate a plan that isn't more than a certain percentage of the indigenous foods anyways. So that's going to take precedent when they do this. So if there is apples, it's going to make up a certain percentage in comparison to another percentage that has to be traditional foods. So that's on the food sovereignty if this passes, and it'll go to them. But we do need to make a little bit of corrections with the language within the resolution to state that the funding is approved at $25,000, and it will go to the Food Sovereignty Committee for planning and to carry out the project.
Okay, Lena.
Well, that makes sense, because I was wondering why it was on here in the first place. If it's coming out of your guys' hands, sometimes we have no say in that.
Just to help with planning.
Yep, and they're going to plan it and go forward with that and change the amounts that's, the funding is identified already for out of that funding.
Yep, just to give them something to do. Yep. Okay, any further questions? Okay, move on to yours, Tyler.
No, just Austin, just real quick, can you go have legal or someone just correct that real quick?
Can you correct that, Ryan?
Yeah, remind me what you want corrected, I'm sorry.
I'll send you an email in a second, Ryan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, all right, so now let's approve, now let's talk about approving tribal license plate program. Sorry, guys.
About this for 20
Yeah, so we kind of talked about this a little bit. So we attended the UTM meeting, met with the Secretary of State. She's got about 1.5 years left of her term. She's worked with the Bay Mills tribe to expand their license plate program. She wants to work with all tribes, not just ours. And it's not confined to the reservation, which is what the Bay Mills had it set it up before. Service area, and obviously our service area is much larger than Bay Mills. Bay Mills' service area is only Chippewa County. That's it. Ours is a lot more than that. So that's the gist of it, and this just requires staff to start working on it so the progress isn't lost. Right?
That's exactly it.
Yep.
I mean, it's been out there for a long, long time, and we tend to sit at this board and not get things done. So I just want to make sure it gets done because I think it'll help our membership tremendously.
Aaron?
I just want to add, she's a friend of mine for over 20 years, and I think maybe sometimes when I say that, people don't believe me, like, oh yeah, your friend, like the Forrest Gump, right? But she offered like 6 years ago to help us with this, and then another 4 years ago. I brought it to the board table. One time it was suggested it was a campaign sort of tactic or whatever, and it wasn't my election cycle. But she's ready to move forward on it, so let's not waste any more time, let's get it done. She wants to help us.
Kim, then Lana.
Just a note, I'd love to pull on that Sugar Island Ferry and see all Sioux Tribe license plates.
Lana?
Yeah, and I don't recall, I think all the board has always, every board that I've sat with has always been supportive of this tribal license plate. It always came down to legal. That's what it always came down to. We have a different legal, we have a different general counsel, one that, in the cost, one that, can move forward on this stuff. So I don't remember anybody. I remember everybody talking about it for 21 years, though. So good, hopefully it happens.
Well, legal supports it, so we'll help you guys cross the finish line if we can here.
Yep.
Yeah, and I asked Ryan to give us a realistic date.
Okay, anything else on this, guys? All right, so let's move on to quarterly board travel reports. So it was listed as all the board of directors, but it doesn't really matter who sponsors it. This is something that we discussed doing at the last workshop. So we have a resolution in front of us. Aaron, you're recommending changing it?
That's, I think, those were Isaac's suggestions, and then Ryan drafted it up. And it's, because it seems like we all do agree on the quarterly reports. Yeah. So it's doing just that part of it.
Okay, so I have, whereas the Sioux Tribe of Chippewa Indians is a federally recognized tribe, whereas the Sioux Tribe Board of Directors has determined that the tribal amounts and purposes of each board member and the chair should be reported in the tribal paper, yada, yada.
Yeah. All that other stuff that's very contentious is not part of it.
Yeah. You want to cover it, Ryan?
Sure. I have a copy.
You got a copy? All right.
Let me just pull it around.
So if he's reading.
Yeah, so this was workshop, I sent to the board, we'll get it printed for you guys, but this was workshop a little bit earlier today. So we made some suggested red lines based on our discussion. It would be adding a third. Yep, be it further resolved that these quarterly reports will be itemized to clearly delineate travel that is for tribal-specific conferences, government-to-government consultations, lobbying efforts, and routine board workshop and meeting travel. So it would be, you could see which bucket each travel will be in. And then it'd be modifying the 3, 4, 5th, be it further resolved that the initial publication in the November edition of the tribal paper will be 2025 quarter 1 through quarter 3, because we've already compiled a lot of that. And then quarter 4 will be published once that accounting finalizes that. And then adding be it finally resolved that beginning in 2026, these quarterly reports will begin publication at the end of each fiscal quarter once accounting is fully processed and reconciled all amounts. Those are the 3 changes.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. Any questions, comments on that?
Just when we get to it, if somebody makes a motion to replace with the substitute resolution, then we read that one in. Or you could just read that one in at the beginning of the meeting.
Well, this one wasn't noticed, so let's do a motion to amend once we get started to reflect all the changes that legal's recommending. Okay. Any further questions, comments? Okay, let's move on to appraised Sibley property. So I put this on. So the Sibley property is never going to be a casino. We've lost that case. Supreme Court isn't hearing it, so we have to figure out what we're going to do with it. When we missed that payment, the developers offered us essentially $5 million, so I really hope when it appraises it goes for more than $5 million. Otherwise, it will indicate that we made a mistake by not putting it on the table as well. Regardless of what you do with it, you should know what it's worth. Our EDC director said he got some quotes for about $11,000. So, I mean, if you guys think it's worth over $5 million to appraise it for just over $11K, that's a small price. Aaron?
So I'm just going to add, I think it's fair that board members asked to not include it as part of a deal, because several of you had said that you wanted to find out what the value of it was, and we didn't want to shortchange ourselves. So your request is to actually find out the value of it, so then we can see what we're going to do with it. The other part, and it has been said at this table, without any basis or founding, that, that there might be some opportunity still for gaming or whatever, and our general counsel just shook his head. I didn't even ask him, I just looked over there. There is no chance. So whoever's telling individual people that there's a chance this could go through, even in the best of circumstances with the right president, it wasn't going to go through. And with the president who doesn't support Indian gaming or land and trust, it's not going to happen.
Deb Holland and Brian Newland.
Right, right. So that with the best of circumstances, it didn't go through. So what I would like to know is whoever individual people are talking to that are telling them this, I'd like to have that be reported to general counsel, because I know I'm not out having individual conversations with people that are telling me stuff and coaching me on how I should vote or what I should do or not do on this board. And if there is a chance that it could happen, we should know about that. An individual board member shouldn't be fully apprised and withhold that information, because if there is a chance, I want to know how to do it, right? But if there isn't, it's a pipe dream, it's not going to happen. So let's find out what it's worth, consistent with board members said. They didn't want to include it in the deal. Let's find out what it's worth, and let's see what we're going to do with the property. It's a fair request.
Just to figure out how much it's worth, guys. Lana?
Well, nobody's in my ear, but what was the last appraisal we got on this? Do we have one?
I don't know if it's ever been appraised, to be honest with you. I don't know, because I remember when we had that conversation, we had to look at similar properties that were for sale in that area because we didn't have an appraisal. If we did, it was so long ago that it wouldn't even be relevant.
Okay, and I'm all for appraising it, so I see what we got. How much did we pay? Did we pay 10 million? Can you
We
verify
did not pay
that?
$10 million, Aaron.
Let's not make up history here. Can we verify what we paid for it?
I'll figure, I'll verify. I don't know
Okay.
the amount
And we did
offhand.
not pay
I'll send it
10
to you
million
guys.
So we do have the amount.
Bill knows. Bill's been here forever.
Bill's running.
Bill to the rescue.
I feel like Bill has an envelope he's going to open up and read the results, right? So how much we pay on Sibley, and then what year?
The father.
The purchase was in 2015, and it was $1,863,100.24.
You're a little off, Aaron.
Thank you.
How much have you paid yearly on it?
We have paid a total, including the purchase price, of $3,180,573. So take away the purchase price, the operating costs have been $1,317,473.
So, Bill, last question. How much do we pay on the property annually when we look at property tax, insurance, just basic maintenance? And we don't do comprehensive maintenance, just basic.
The last 5 years or so, it's been averaging around $120,000.
That's what I always say. Every 10 years, that equates to $1.2 million. We've had it for how long?
2015, so 10
if
years.
we can't use it for a casino, develop a plan or sell it.
And
Plain and simple.
Yep. And one last question. How much did we pay for it in 2015?
$1,863,100.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, I apologize. That was the $10 million pre-development cost for the developers, so.
All right, any more questions on this? Let's figure out what it's worth, and we can figure out what to do with it. Because we can't afford to just keep it empty, you guys. All right, thank you, Bill. All right, let's move on to approving Unit 5 indoor grow system. Tyler?
So for this one, I will strike the last resolved, so we don't put any financial implication on this yet. But I will tell you, I've been working with this company called Grocer. They have a year-round growing system that a lot of tribes are using. They're based in Canada, so they can make the grow specific to the region that we live in and the climate that we live in. It's great for food sovereignty movement and growing a lot of indigenous plant species to help feed the community. This is something that I actually do want to move forward on, so if we can get a official approval or process from the Food Sovereignty Committee within 180 days. That'll put us in target for a spring installation of a project. There are opportunities for us to partner across several of the events I've attended. There's a couple of Native influencers that are willing to help with crowdsource funding for part of this project, and I would like to utilize that, but that's a discussion with the board at a later date because we would need to go into probably accounting practices and how we would go about doing that as a tribe too. But it's something that people are passionate about. At the very least, our community is going to put gardens in next year. We didn't have the facility complete this year, so we weren't able to put in gardens because they were still doing the site plan. But it is something Unit 5 wants to move forward with. And I've been trying to find other avenues. Like I said, there are micro grants that I can apply for, which I feel like I will just, if we can get approval, I would just write them and have the tribes submit them because they're really not that complicated, and we could have had this in process by now. But I'm serious about it. I would like to see some progress.
Kim?
Have you talked to Larry Jocks about it at all? I know, but have you spoke with him about, or the Food Sovereignty Committee at all?
Tyler, she's asking if you've spoken to Larry Jocks or any other members of the Food Sovereignty Committee about this.
I've talked to Larry Jocks about a couple of different things. I don't know if the modular was part of it.
Okay, just because I know that he was looking at it before, so he may have some information.
Yeah, so maybe I did, because this came up last NCAI, which was last November.
Okay.
Aaron?
Can we consider moving the final resolved section in this resolution to the orchard resolution? Because maybe we jumped the gun and offered to pay for it, where we should do the same thing as what's in this resolution.
I was going to say, you're probably not going to be supported by Unit 5, or Unit 1, Tyler, because they've been footing the bill from cultural enhancement.
I will support it if we add that final resolved, so I'll make an amendment later to add that final resolve to our Unit 1 orchard, because if we're going to pay for, what, 850,000 or whatever the cost is going to be, don't listen to my numbers tonight, okay?
It's actually 200.
200,000?
Yeah.
Okay, but if we can get 200,000 for an orchard, I want to try that.
But, so just to respond to that, this is the same resolution as the Unit 1, and I said in this one, I'm going to strike the finally resolved.
So right now, I was revising the Unit 1 because Rob requested a potential amendment to clarify that Unit 1 already approved, the directors of Unit 1 already approved cultural enhancement funds for the orchard, and now they just want the planning. But right now, the way it's worded, it authorizes Food Sovereignty Committee to plan, and it right now directs that we can, the tribal CFO can assist in finding other fund sources. So you could leave it and decide if there's other fund sources, and then later, if there's not, use cultural enhancement that Unit 1 directors, you already approved that. So you can leave the resolution as it is currently drafted if you want to search for other fund sources.
So, Aaron,
it's on the bottom.
Aaron,
Can I do a point of information here?
stop, time out for a second. If you switch the funding sources, you're not getting an orchard this year. You're going to have to wait a long time because I'm willing to bet that there's not a lot of funding floating around for this stuff. So you already have it approved for an orchard, and you can potentially have it put in before this year or in the springtime. So you have funding already secure. But some basic questions. Modular's $200K. What are the ongoing operating costs? What kind of staffing do we need to have there? What kind of infrastructure do we need to have in place? Where would it be located? What kind of vegetables is it going to grow?
That's what's up to the food sovereignty, but I actually do have all that data in an email somewhere. So I can actually provide that, but they have 180 days to come to us.
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Aaron.
So anybody who knows my career knows I'm 100% supportive of the western end of Marquette. But this approach where we approve things for Marquette and then we come back around with change orders and it hasn't been fully vetted and on a plan, that needs to change. And I think this might be a step in that direction because we're asking the Food Sovereignty Committee to take an effort, but none of them are staff except for Larry. So we need to know before we make a step forward on moving forward on the expenses because, and again, I support 100% the expansions in Marquette, but a number of them have happened without the board knowing what those full expenses would be. So.
Lana.
For them either way, but we need to know ahead of time.
I don't know if everybody caught it because we're kind of getting all squirrely here, but Tyler did say at the beginning of this resolution that he was going to strike anything that mentioned about the funding source. So the only thing that the resolution would do was, like Kim Lee said an hour ago, is look into it and then bring back a plan, and then we can go from there. But he did say any identity to fund it was going to be struck from the resolution. So this is only, am I correct? To plan. We got a food sovereignty committee for them to come forward, and because I think both ideas are great myself, so.
Okay, Rob.
No, I just wanted to clarify that I don't intend to change the resolution that Ryan's drafting right now because we have $25,000 already approved by all 5 of our unit members. So the issue isn't whether we're going to do it or not. The issue is that myself and the chairman thought it would be best to empower our food sovereignty committee because they're comprised of members of our tribe who have knowledge in this, and we want to empower them to take initiative on this and do what we established the food sovereignty committee to do. I've already talked to members of the Food Sovereignty Committee about this. They're really excited for this to be voted on tonight and to get to work on it. So I attend Food Sovereignty Committees most months. And I think the intent of the Food Sovereignty Committee was to establish a committee that could plan long-term, self-sustaining ways to produce food for our people. What Tyler's presenting is one of them, and it could be very beneficial. I just think that we have to be careful of telling them what they are doing versus bringing them to them and then having them be a part of that conversation. They've been a part of the conversation for the orchard since we came up with it, and they already have ideas that they plan on implementing there. So this is just a formal process of letting the Food Sovereignty Committee know that we are allocating the $25,000 to you, and then they can plan it as they wish. I mean, if anyone knows how freely the tribe utilizes cultural enhancement dollars, anyone know that once that was approved, I could have just took it and did everything myself and took all the credit for it. That's not the point of it, though. The point of it is to empower committees that we put in place to do what they're supposed to do. They're the ones with all the knowledge and expertise on it. So I just want to be really clear on what the intent is. If we have an intent on doing something similar, like Aaron mentioned, to what Tyler's doing, then we end up with an orchard that's $225,000, not $25,000. But I want the $25,000 to stay there and for us to vote on it today.
Okay, anyone else? All right, so let's move on to timeline to balance the government budget. Tyler?
Yeah, I put this on because there's a lot of talk about the board being in a budget crisis. There are 2 things we have available to us. 1, we have a tribal-wide fund balance. 2, we have a third-party revenue fund balance. We know now from discussions directly with the director of IHS what our capabilities are with third-party revenue fund balance. There is a significant chunk in there. And if we're going to talk about a budget crisis, this will offset us this year. I'm not talking about 2026. I'm talking about 2025. And then I think as we move forward into 2026, we need to address the budget head on and not approve $20 million in deficit spending, because we know that that's not where we're at. Am I even allowed to say the number where we're at? Or is that confident? Yeah, so we're currently at, as of August 31st, we're at a $3.3 million deficit. So I'm basically just asking for this to be covered through third-party revenue in various forms and capacities, look at the remainder of the year to see where we're really going to be, and then in 2026, approve a more balanced budget for the government. But it's hard to say that we're in a budget crisis when we have, I mean, the 2024 audit just went live in the newspaper last year, or last month, or this last week. So that's where we're at. That's what I'm proposing. I actually asked 30 business days on this one too, but it says 30 days, but 30 business days for the staff to enact this and balance out the government budget. Then that way it would not touch any of our fund balance, and everything else would be balanced out for the remainder of the year.
Aaron.
So, all right, so I support this. I do think we need to make a change to it, because not only third-party revenue for health third-party revenue, but also find where we could use third-party revenue to, I don't want to say supplant, because that's a bad word, to replace self-governance funds, and then open those up, because we fund a lot of YEA through self-governance, and you just wouldn't automatically think that we could potentially use third-party revenue, but we could use third-party revenue to pay for some of YEA, and then open up those self-governance dollars that can then alleviate some tribal support in other programs. So one other thing I guess I'll say is, this is not a new thing here, because Isaac has been asking for a plan. The chairman has been adamant every time we talk about the budget. I don't think it's correct and fair, and it might be a little demeaning to suggest this is a fake budget crisis. I don't think we should be using those kind of terms when we're communicating with each other, because we do have a budget crisis, and we are going to be using reserves if we don't figure it out. Another thing I want to say is, since day one that I've been back, and you guys know on the first meeting on the 16th of July last year, in December of last year, in January, in February, I've asked at this board to give direction to staff when they draft their budgets, because somewhere along the line, they started, our former CEO was told to stop limiting what they could request. And so they start coming to us with the wish list, with positions that are never going to be filled. We have a whole bunch of vacant positions that we could peel off, not if they're grant funded, because then you usually lose indirect. So there's lots of things we could do that we have not done. In February, January, February, pushed to do a driver so that we could give the direction to the departments. We didn't do it. So we're shooting ourselves in the foot when we don't do stuff like that. So this is needed, so let's go ahead and do it. But I will be making a motion to amend to include offsetting self-governance funds with third-party revenue, so those can alleviate tribal support dollars that can be reprogrammed.
Okay, Rob, and then I'm opening things up because we have 2.5 minutes. I see your hand, but it's 5, guys. Go ahead, Rob, then I got to open it.
Rob?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So I get the intent on this. I think it could turn out to be a good idea. I'm not ready to support it by any means right now. When we're explaining a resolution and we have to say various forms and capacities, we're on a board that's governing a tribe that spends millions of dollars, and this is going to be $1 million transfer. We don't need various capacities. We need to know exactly how it's going to impact each of the programs. If we're spending this kind of money out of health, then where's James? Where's our health CEO to discuss this? I think we're putting the cart before the horse on this. I think this needs to be workshopped. I think that it needs to have all parties involved sitting down. And another thing is, I'm not okay with this covering, blanketly covering the cost of government with health dollars. I think first we need to sit down and see where we can cut in government. Our top priority needs to be what can we do to sustain all of our employees' paychecks for as long as we can without having to lay anyone off. So I don't want to write this blank check over to government right now and then 2-3 years down the road have the opportunity present itself to our health that could be really beneficial. And James looking at us like, what'd you do with the health money? So I think that we need to really make sure that this is targeted towards health, but also we need to cut where we can. And another thing is that I don't like this idea of we're going into a budget deficit, so let's cut. We need to be having some conversations with the EDC about, we have this fund balance, and if we continue to cut, we're going to end up cutting everything we do for people, for our members. We need to have a proactive approach and sit down with EDC and say, look, we have a fund balance and we need to invest it, not all of it, but at least a chunk of it into things that we already know make money. What can our EDC director do with market-based rentals? Can we build more? So there's a lot of options there, but as far as this right now, this has not had enough work done to it to approve tonight. So you guys can vote differently, but I would prefer to have this in a workshop and probably an extensive one before we do something reckless.
All right, guys, it is 5 o'clock, so I'm going to go ahead and call this regularly scheduled meeting to order.
Yeah, we have to switch over to the meeting Zoom.
Okay, so
We
let's
need a minute.
switch over.
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
Not yet. Jeez.
All right, guys, it is 5:01. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. We'll start with roll call, please.
Sean Borowitz.
Here.
Lana Cosley-Smith.
Here.
Isaac McKechnie.
Here.
Kimberly Hampton.
Here.
Aaron Paymont.
Here.
Michael McCurchy.
Here.
Rob McGrory.
Here.
Kimberly Gravel.
Here.
Larry Barbeau.
Here.
Bridget Sorensen. Here. Tyler LaPlante.
Here.
Kimberly Lee.
She's here, she's in the bathroom.
Okay. Austin Mose.
Here. All right, we have a quorum. On today's agenda, we have the following items. We have invocation, membership participation, and the following resolutions.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, can we excuse Mike?
He's here.
Oh, is he? Oh,
Yep,
sorry.
Mike's here. All right, so we have the following resolutions. Sanitation BE-25-N56, establish FY26 budget. We have NRD Ishkode Project FY25 budget modification. We have ACFS Emergency Assistance FY25 budget modification. We have IT FY25 budget modification. We have St. Ignace Dental establish FY26 budget. We have Marquette Health establish FY26 budget. We have granting license for use of tribal logos for CSB. We have approving planning Unit 1 Orchard. We have approving tribal license plate program. We have quarterly board travel reports. We have appraised Sibley property. We have approving planning Unit 5 indoor grow system. We have timeline to balance governmental budget. We have approved joint grant application with LSA. We have committee appointments and board concerns. Is there a motion to accept the agenda? Motion by Isaac and support by Kim Hampton. Any discussion on the proposed agenda? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries and the agenda is adopted, which brings us to our first item, which is invocation with Gerard from Traditional Medicine.
Naha Boozhoo, Kiniwiaik. One of the greatest things that happened the last couple of days was I had a family from Iowa come and visit us here in Bawading, over at the health center in Traditional Medicine. And I'd asked the question how they found us. And they said they found us by reputation. So they traveled 16 hours one way to come and visit the Tribal Health Center Traditional Medicine program. A grandmother, a great uncle, and 2 nieces. And sometimes again, and I had a family this morning pay us a visit, another 16 hours that way. And so I think when I run in here and see Dean and I see everybody, I think it has a lot to do with the spirit of the people here within the Chippewas. And a really good Niji is in the hospital, and that's Pat. And I just want to send some good thoughts out his way, because I know what it's like to be in the hospital. And I know that the work that he does with a group at Wellbriety and over there where he is in that building does a lot of great work and a lot of good work and a lot of needed work. And sometimes we might need a prayer to get us over that hump of comfort. My traditional family back home had emergency quadruple bypass surgery yesterday. And Shkukanes is up walking around today. His dad called me the last couple of days asking me to speed it up. I started laughing at him. So I got it done in about 3 days earlier than what it was supposed to be done. But those are the things that you don't realize you all support. It isn't a health clinic. It isn't the tribal chair and the chairman and the chair people. It's the spirit of the fire that we all have in our chests that we got to hold. And I applaud each and every one of us here in that way of being open and accepting. And sometimes we don't hear that enough to compliment each other in that way. So to each and every one of us in circle today and standing is that the fire of spirit in our hearts and our chest go beyond Bawading. And sometimes we don't hear that enough. We always hear the other side of it. But today I want to bring that message to us, is that we all come from a place of unknown. And it's a beautiful place. Naha Boozhoo. Bajani get the Amidok, Momagan, Inchkavos, Momagas, Sagoski, Jesus. Mr. Goy went them go on and Momagan Ganishna Bay, Momagan the March go on and Mamshagoya Gagamin go on. Mr. Gowinigin undas to go on and go on a Shkikiaik, Mamshagoyan and Momagan in Amidok. Kinnigan, we go off to go on and Ishpiming, Momagan, Ishpiming, Momagan, Yanonin. Momagan is shown Jesus, Momagan no come Jesus. Can we nigni aki I come in gimme gayan and skickying? What a Momagan Yagan is Schnaben and Momagan and a Monaming and Mamshagoyan, but Mom saying. Migan winning on Dawi on and can Mogoyan and Mamshagoyagi Kayak. Momagan went them go ya, Momagan is Schnabe on and Minogay of Modski on and. Anushnane yane yane namnege basenega basagwiya geyage. Anushnane yane done zage yane wime yane yane ge zage yane yane. Zagwe yane yame yane yame ne tone kene yane vimne ge yam. Anishna me yame ne tone vimne ga shumne yane ga yane ne maya ge vimne ge ga bazne bazgoy ge ga vimne ya vimne ge ne vimno ya. Biyane gam bimne ge gano de ge yam. Anishna me nanem da vimne ge gano de ne vimne gane yam. Kene yane vimne ge ya nishna me misogone vimne gen. Misogoyane vimne gon is that we're forever being kind from a place where we don't know where we've come from. But we know that we come from a very special place. Miwich.
Miigwech Gerard, appreciate that. All right, so the item that we're currently on is membership participation. So if anyone wants to speak to the board of directors or member liaison, Michelle Moore is right there. She has membership participation forms that you guys have to fill out if you want to speak to us today. There's a couple rules associated with speaking before us, just basic civility, no yelling, no swearing, no targeting individual board members. If we're going to be discussing something sensitive, you can request to go into closed, or I can just simply put you in there, and it's not a punishment. It's just some things aren't our entire membership's business. So with that, Michelle, do you have any forms? Okay. Okay, first up will be Shirley Van Alstyne. And you guys know this as well, we reserve 5 minutes for each member. If you guys need more than that, I can give you guys a call tomorrow.
Hello, everyone. I just seen on the agenda where the Sibley property is getting appraised, and I'm glad to see that. I'm assuming that it means getting appraised to get certainly updated information. I've been hearing that you made contemplating about selling the property because it is being underutilized. My question was whether or not you considered dividing the property, subplotting it out, because it's, from my understanding, about a 67-acre property. You might want to consider doing that, but and then maybe using the building down there, which is already built, and leaving it as kind of a tribal resource center for people that live down there across the bridge. That was just a thought, but anyways, and there's still a lot of good property that Sibley's would offer up on the market because of its location primary for economic development. So I'm sure you're will be successful in selling the property and its location from what I've read before in the past. And wish you good luck on that. And I've been heading, pretty soon I'll be leaving again on my sabbatical for 5 months to much warmer, dry, sunshine weather. So I've been trying to get all of my health issues taken care of before I left. And one that I'm kind of disappointed I didn't get taken care of, but I kept getting a referral. And it's not because of the tribe, it's just the fact that they said, there's something in the back of my eardrum that needs a little bit more taken care of. I thought, just give me hearing aids and I'll be fine. But that's the way it is. When you get older, things just happen. I thought it was going to be a quick fix. I like to get things done, but I got my eyes taken care of, got this, and everything else is going good. I still got my port, and that'll be with me forever and ever. But I just wanted to wish everybody a good season. I know that you guys all work hard, and I want to wish you good luck, because I know it's not easy sitting around there, the board's discussing and making these tough decisions that you have to do. But I'll see you again in May, but I'll be on Zoom. Okay, so take care, everybody. Yeah.
Thank you, Shirley. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
All right, next up, Janet.
I knew you were going to ask that question. Yes, I am retired. However, I still look at the agenda, and I'm worried. And what I'm worried about is the fact, is this board going to do the right thing by cutting back on travel, expenses? We have to be able to keep our services, take care of the people that need it the most, and keep our employees intact. So that means sacrifice comes from the top. And you guys are the top. So I'm here to make sure you do those sacrifices. Do the due diligence that the membership deserves. Thank you. And you do that, I won't come back.
All right, thank you, Janet. So the next two will be closed. First one will be with Tyler. And with this, let's just do the board and Lana. and get started. We're going to cover the resolutions now. The first one is sanitation BE-25-N56, establish FY26 budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of an FY 2026 budget for sanitation BE 25N56 with federal IHS revenue monies of $300,000, no effect on tribal support.
All right, motion from Isaac.
Support.
And support from Kim Hampton, and this is being sponsored by Maria. Maria, could you cover this for the membership, please?
Sure. Good evening, this is Maria Mangine. I'm the interim housing director. This funding is from Indian Health Services, and it's a new project, BE 25N56. It funds well and septic installation for new construction, and then it can also assist with failing septic and well systems for tribal member homes in Several County service area.
All right, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Bridget.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel. Sean.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes, ma'am.
Isaac.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Okay, carried.
Okay, motion carries. The next resolution is NRD Ishkode Project FY25 budget modification.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2025 budget modification to Ishkode project for a decrease in federal USDA revenue monies of $34,242.38, no effect on tribal support.
Motion by Lana, just supported by Isaac. Danny?
Hi, everyone. Danny Fagan, Division Director for the Natural Resources Division. This is a budget modification for our Shkode project, which is funded by the USDA Forest Service. We're looking to allocate previous lead forest ecologist funding to support a forest ecologist 2 position.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next resolution is ACFS Emergency Assistance FY25 budget modification.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2025 budget modification to emergency assistance for an increase in tribal support monies of $6,000 and adding the transfer in from third-party revenue money, $7,755.
Motion by Isaac, supported by Lana. Megan?
Good evening. Megan Miller, Direct Services Program Director with ACFS. What this modification is requesting is additional funding in the total amount of $13,700.55. This is being requested to ensure that our tribally funded emergency assistance program can continue to fund eligible members and families throughout the tribe's service area. As of 10/2/25, the program's assisted approximately 305 families in FY25, providing assistance for the prevention of homelessness, medical travel outside of the service area for significant medical issues, prevention of utility shutoffs, and other emergency situations where we're relieving and preventing them. The health center is going to be providing third-party revenue in the amount of $7,755, specifically for the medical travel for the specialized medical care throughout the remainder of 2025 and 2026. This was reviewed and approved as allowable by legal.
Okay, thank you, Megan. Any questions or comments from the board? Okay, hearing none. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you, Megan.
Thank you.
The next resolution is IT FY25 budget modification.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the FY 2025 budget modification to IT for a decrease in tribal support of $888,056.96, an increase in transfer in from indirect of $177,260.35, and an increase in other revenue of $168,026.38. The purpose of this budget modification is to purchase Microsoft Enterprise licensing with consulting.
Motion.
Motion by Bridget.
Support.
Support by Kim Hampton. Bill, could you cover this for us, please?
He's not here right now. I don't know if he misunderstood and thought that he covered it at the workshop. So
Does anyone have any questions for Bill? Otherwise,
Yeah,
we
I
can
do.
circle back to them.
I do.
Okay, so are there any objections to shelving this right now until Bill's back and we can get back to it? Okay. Can we have some staff get a hold of Bill?
I'll reach out right now.
Okay. All right, so hearing no objection, we'll move on to the next resolution then. So that is titled, St. Ignace Dental Establish FY26 Budget.
Be it resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of an FY 2026 budget to St. Ignace Dental with federal HIS revenue monies of $124,157.76 and a transfer in from third-party revenue of $1,785,961.97.
Motion.
Motion by Bridget
Support.
and support by Kim Hampton. Joel?
Good evening, I guess now. Yeah, this is a budget modification to accept the 2026 fiscal year budget for St. Ignace. The primary driver behind this is to be able to hire a new dental hygienist, and we cannot hire without having a approved budget to move this forward.
Okay, any questions or comments for Joel? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Lana.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. The next resolution is Marquette Health Establish FY26 Budgets.
Be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of an FY 2026 budget to Marquette Administration with a transfer in from third-party revenue of $315,031.45. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of an FY 2026 budget to Marquette Medical/Nursing with federal IHS revenue monies of $350,610.28 and a transfer in from third-party revenue of $902,797.31. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby approves the establishment of an FY 2026 budget to Marquette Housekeeping/Maintenance with a transfer in from third-party revenue of $40,435.31.
Your motion.
Motion.
Motion by Tyler, supported by Bridget. Joel?
Yeah, this is to respectfully ask the board to approve the FY26 budget for the operational budget for the new Marquette facility, moving from our original budget for the nursing services that we currently provide up there. This will allow us to operationalize the budget, hire the staff, and move this project forward to completion.
Okay, any questions or comments for Joel? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Tyler.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel. Lana.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Rob.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Bridget.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Motion carries. Thank you. All right, the next resolution is granting license for use of tribal logos for CSB.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors hereby grant a limited, non-exclusive, worldwide, royalty-free, transferable license to Central Savings Bank for the use of the tribe's logos, Housing Authority logos, seal, pictures for the limited purpose of use in its brochure for tribal trust land lending and construction loans to be used in a non-disparaging manner. Be it finally resolved that this license shall expire 10 years from the date of this resolution, understanding that the Central Savings Bank may request an extension in the future if it so desires, and then there are logos.
Motion.
Motion by Isaac, supported by Tyler. Josh?
Good evening, Josh Elliott from the Legal Department. This resolution is seeking to grant a license to Central Savings Bank for them to be able to use the tribal and the Housing Authority logo for their brochure for trust land lending and construction loans. They reached out to the tribe requesting this permission. And under the intellectual property use, any external use of any intellectual property must be approved by the board for granting that license.
Any questions or comments? Start with Aaron.
So the reason this was put in place in 1990, look at somebody who was around back then, 1992, is because the design center came from Michigan State. They designed our logo, and then they wanted to keep the integrity of it so people weren't changing it up or whatever. So the board put in place a requirement to get approval. The only thing I'm wondering about is, will we be entering an MOU or an agreement with them that specifies the use of it? Because we have a resolution, but resolution has no meaning to them. They're not required to follow a resolution. Will we have an agreement with them that says how they can use it?
Yes, we will be having them sign an agreement that outlines the requirements from the resolution.
Okay.
Okay, anyone else? Hearing none, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. The next resolution is approving planning Unit 1 Orchard.
Now therefore it be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes and approves the Food Sovereignty Committee to create a plan for a Unit 1 orchard to present to the board within 180 days. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the tribal CFO to assist in identifying appropriate funding sources as needed in conjunction with this plan.
Motion.
Motion by Isaac and supported by Kim Gravel. Rob, you've been more or less spearheading this. You want to speak on this first?
Yeah, I meant to, Ryan drafted a new resolution, and I meant to switch it in there with this one that just, allocates the money to, or the funds to the Food Sovereignty Committee. Unit 1 unanimously approved this as a cultural enhancement expense, and what this does takes $25,000 and moves it over to Food Sovereignty and empowers them to begin the planning process, and then utilize the funds to establish an orchard within Unit 1. I think that about sums it up.
Aaron.
Motion to amend to include the changes that legal redrafted and supplied that could be read into the record.
Any objection to them not being read in the record? We know what they are.
No, I want them read into the record.
Okay, someone read them, please.
I got you. All right, so we added a second whereas that says the Sault Ste. Marie Unit 1 board members have unanimously approved allocating $25,000 of culture enhancement hotel tax fund to establish an orchard in Unit 1. Then we struck the last, be it further resolved, that directed the tribal CFO to identify appropriate funding sources, as there's already a fund source. The rest of the resolution remains intact with the plan, with authorizing the Food Sovereignty Committee to create the plan and present it to the board within 180 days.
Okay, any questions, comments beyond that?
I will support it.
So we have a motion to amend, and it's been supported by Kim Hampton. Any discussion on the amendment? Okay, hearing none. Those in support of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion to amend carries. We're back to the resolution. Any further discussion? Aaron.
I just want to say that this is one of the first things I worked on with the other Unit 1 board members. Rob brought it forward, and we were unanimous in it. So it's about food sovereignty. I know Johnny Appleseed was a white guy that planted the apples, but it's indigenous now. Thanks.
So I want to give my hats off to Unit 1 because you guys are using your cultural enhancement dollars for food sovereignty. So you guys started a Unit 1 elder garden this year. Kim, appreciate it. Isaac, everybody. In addition to that, we're doing the $25,000 apple orchard that's going to have indigenous plants as well. And beyond that, I'd like to announce there's going to be a flyer out tomorrow, but Unit 1 is allocating enough funds to have at a minimum 10 deer processed at a local processing plant, which are going to be provided to our elders. So hats off to you, and I challenge all the other units to do something similar. Rob, do you want to speak again or no?
I was basically going to say the same thing you just said, and I want to thank each of my fellow unit directors because this was a really good project to work on, and it was unanimously supported. So it took all of us, and I think we could all be proud of this one.
Okay. All right, let's vote. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, the next resolution is approving tribal license plate program.
Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes and approves the tribal administration and legal department to take the steps necessary to establish the tribal license plate program. Be it further resolved that the tribal administration and legal department shall present a status update to the board within 90 days of enactment of this resolution. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the chairman or his designee to execute any and all documents necessary to carry out the intent of this resolution.
Motion by Bridget and supported by Tyler.
Slip.
Sean, Isaac, whoever wants to talk on this?
I will.
Okay, go ahead.
So we all know that this has been out there for years and years and years. So Sean and I got together and we wanted to get a resolution so it's implemented. So there's no more talk that it's not going to happen. It's going to happen. So I just want to thank Sean for his support, and hopefully we get this done real soon.
Yep, and to add more information, we had a meeting with the Secretary of State a couple weeks ago, and she was really receptive of us developing our own license plate program that's not just on the reservation, but in our service area as well. So that's awesome that she's willing to work with us. Aaron?
And I know that I keep saying it, and people are sick of hearing it, but she's a friend of mine. She offered this 6 years ago, 4 years ago, and I brought that up so that other people that were sitting at the table could see that that was true. Because I don't know that other people at the table thought it was true before, but she was willing to do it 7 years ago, 6 years ago, 4 years ago. She was willing to do it.
Okay, appreciate it. Tyler?
I know that we're not to this point yet, but I've had a few members reach out asking to not forget considering a specialty license plate for tribal veterans.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. The next resolution is quarterly board travel reports.
Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes and approves the tribal CFO and the board administrator to compile quarterly reports on the board and chair travel. Be it further resolved that these quarterly reports shall include the name of the board member, the places and purpose for any travel, the cost associated with each travel, and the total spent over that quarter broken down by board member and cumulative total. Be it further resolved that these quarterly reports will be published in the tribal paper for the purposes of disseminating the information to the tribal membership. Be it further resolved that these quarterly reports will begin publication starting with the November edition of the tribal paper and starting with the 2025 quarter 3 travel amounts.
Motion.
Okay, motion from Tyler and supported by Isaac.
Motion to amend.
What are you motioning to amend?
To amend the resolution to add a third, be it further resolved that these quarterly reports shall be itemized to clearly delineate travel that is for tribal-specific conferences, government-to-government consultations, lobbying efforts, and routine board workshop and meeting travel. To amend the fifth, be it further resolved to start publication of these reports in November, starting with 2025 Q1 through Q3 travel amounts, with Q4 travel amounts published once finalized, and finally, to add a be it finally resolved that beginning in 2026, these quarterly reports will begin publication at the end of each fiscal quarter once accounting has fully processed and reconciled all amounts.
Okay, so we have a motion and support on this. Any board members want to speak on it first? So I think there's a general consensus that we need to scale back travel. I already started, so I'll call on Rob afterwards. So one of the things they want to do is publish where we're going, how it benefits the tribe. And in full transparency, I'm going to be preparing some resolutions that trim back the chairman's travel budget by 25% and the board of directors. And it will require all of us, including myself, to take motor pool vehicles when they're available, because we had a workshop today, and our staff confirmed that that's the cheapest option for us to travel. Rob?
I just want to be clear on Tyler's motion, because he said delineate and then listed things but did not list mileage. So I want to make sure that's included. I just want to make sure that his intent is to separate everything, and that way we can show the members exactly line item by line item what the expenses were.
Yeah.
The way I understand the intent of the reso and Tyler's motion, Rob, is it would encompass the mileage cost as well, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anyone else? All right, roll call, please.
Kimberly Gervell.
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Lana.
Yep.
Bridget.
Yeah.
Rob.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
Larry.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Isaac.
Yes.
Amendment passed.
Okay, so that's the amendment. Now we're back on the resolution. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? Motion carries. Thank you. All right, the next resolution is appraised Sibley property.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of the Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes and approves the tribal administration to have the Sibley Road property appraised and said appraisal to be presented to the board within 180 days. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the chairman or his designee to execute any and all documents necessary to carry out the intent of this resolution.
Motion by Isaac, supported by Aaron. I sponsored this, so I'll talk first. So we own some property outside of Detroit and New Boston. The long-term plan was to make it a casino. That effort was denied by the BIA, denied by the courts. The Supreme Court has turned down our writ for them to hear the case. It's a dead issue. We've had 2 general counsels tell us the exact same thing, so it's never going to be a casino. When we made the missed payment, the developers offered us $5 million for that property, and we had some no votes because we didn't know what it was worth. So regardless of what we do with that property, we should know what it's worth, which is why this is on the agenda. It's to get it appraised. It doesn't mean appraisal followed by sale. I don't know what we're going to do with it, but I do know it costs around $100,000 to maintain it every single year, and it has for the 15 years that we've owned it. And we don't have a plan, and we don't have a balanced budget. And I don't think that's the right way to do business. So that's the story. All right, let me write this down here.
Aaron, Isaac, Sean.
I did have my hand.
Okay, well, Tyler, I don't have eyes around this room. You'll get called on, you'll be fine. Isaac, who else?
Sean.
Aaron, Sean, Tyler. Okay, go ahead, Isaac.
I sure hope it appraises more than the 5 million, but I think we're going to find out that it wasn't worth 5 million, so.
Aaron.
Yeah, and I won't rehash that because I beat my head against the wall on that one. But I will say that I did make a mistake today. The pre-development was 10 million. The purchase price was 1.8 million. We've invested another million on top of that by having a vacant church. I guess we put our hopes and prayers in that church. I requested it today, and I'm requesting it again, and I'm going to just keep requesting it, is the counter argument to doing any of this was, oh, we can still put a casino there. Somebody told me we could put a casino there. If any board member has any knowledge of that, can you please report that to the general counsel? Because if there is any chance we could put a casino there, I want to know what that is. I don't think there is. You already laid it out, Mr. Chairman. We've been denied by the Department of Interior. We've been denied up through the courts, and the only last stop was the Supreme Court, and they won't hear it. So to keep it for this notion that we can put a casino there is not going to happen. So let's please report that to the general counsel, whoever's given you that information, so we can explore it. But otherwise, like you said, just getting an appraisal doesn't mean that we have to do anything after that, but thank you.
Sean, then Tyler.
Well, I'm glad we're getting an appraisal on it. Not for gaming, but we could use it for health reasons or whatever else. But there's another piece of property right next to the Romulus Airport that we also own that I think we should get appraised at the same time if we're doing it. It's right next to the Amazon warehouse. I know we pay somebody to go clean that up because they throw trash on it all the time. So I don't know if this has to be amended to have both of them appraised, but while we're doing one, we might as well do both of them. They're in the same area. They're within 2 miles of one another.
Ryan, would there be any issue with that, or would you recommend that we just put it on a different meeting? I don't care one way or another. We should know what our properties are worth.
I recommend you put it on probably a separate reso, because the motion would substantially, this was a appraised Sibley property specifically, so the motion would substantially change the original reso. So we should maybe have it.
There's going to be additional fees.
Yeah, we could have that ready for November 4th, though, which is not too far away
I'll
now.
co-sponsor it with you, Sean. You good with that? Okay. Tyler?
My just is concerned with the fees. You gave us a rough estimate, but can we put in this resolution not to exceed a certain dollar amount? I can't remember what your estimate was for the appraisal. 11,000.
Take a couple thousand, he said.
So I would say maybe
say
amend
20.
to not to exceed 15? Or do you?
So Danny, are you here right now? I would just say not to exceed 20, you guys. It's not going to, but just so we don't have to come back here again.
We had the discussion today, though, that it was 11.5, so why don't we say, why do we got to put it up to 20?
Because it's not a formal bid. He was just calling around. I don't know what it would be formalized at, Lana.
We're not going to spend it if we don't have to.
You can put it at that, but there's a chance it might come back here and slow it down. So if it's at 11.5, it won't exceed that, if that's what's
Well, I
going to
mean,
happen.
That's still a 30% increase, so I would say motion to amend not to put in the language, not to exceed $15,000.
I'd second that.
So we have a motion in support to amend this for the appraisal not to exceed $15,000. Any discussion on that? Hearing none, just to vote on the amendment. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, those abstaining, motion carries. The resolution's been successfully amended not to exceed $15,000. Any further discussion? Okay, then we'll vote. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, those abstaining, motion carries. The next resolution is approving planning Unit 5 indoor grow system.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes and approves the Food Sovereignty Committee to create a plan for a Unit 5 indoor hydroponic farm to present to the board within 180 days. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the tribal CFO to assist in identifying appropriate funding sources as needed in conjunction with this plan.
Motion.
Motion and support. Motion made by Tyler and supported by Lana. Tyler, you put this on if you want to speak.
I'll motion to amend to remove the final, be it further resolved, and any mention of funding sources.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll
Okay,
support.
she said yes. So we have a motion and support to amend this. Discussion on the amendment. Aaron, you had your hand up?
Not on that.
Okay. Any discussion on the amendment?
Was it Kim that you took as the support for the amendment? Or was it Lana?
It's Lana.
It was Lana? Okay.
It doesn't matter. All right, so let's vote on the amendment. I don't have any hands up to have a discussion. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Those abstaining? You guys got it.
No, you're not moving fast enough. Okay, next.
All right, motion carries, okay. All right, now we're back on the, well, when you guys raise your hand when I'm in the vote,
You're right, you're right.
Isaac's just used to interrupting me. I guess now he's raising his hand to do it.
We need this for the minutes, you guys. Did you have your hand up to abstain?
Yes.
You said.
No, my hand
They're
was
trying
up
to get
vote
on the
for it.
speaking list before I called on it.
Okay, so
Okay.
Okay, so no,
No.
you said no.
Correct.
Okay.
Lana.
Got it.
No one, no one
Come on, we're
objected.
the elders and we're faster.
Okay, Isaac, then Aaron.
I want to make a motion to amend to include all the units.
Second.
Okay, so there's a motion and support to amend this to include all the units. Discussion. Aaron.
So I think that if we're going to do it for one unit, let's explore and see what the value would be for the other units. We already jumped ahead in Unit 1, and we're already expending our own funds for an orchard. And I do appreciate Tyler striking the final because there's no financial obligation. But if we're going to be looking at additional traditional agriculture and other units, and if we have to be smarter about what traditional agriculture is, I want to be educated, and I just don't want to leave Unit 1 out. So
Kim, then Tyler.
Has anyone talked to the Food Sovereignty Committee to see if 180 days would be enough for 5 units?
I would say, I can respond to that.
Okay, go ahead, Tyler.
So for this one, the model specifically is Grocer. It's a Canadian company. I was first introduced to them NCAI last year. Originally, they were looking to build business. They do a lot of work with Indigenous communities in Canada. They've been moving into the United States and working specifically with tribes. These are for year-round indoor grow units. Now, Grocer isn't the only one. It's the one that I've been seeing across Indian country in various capacities. With this, you can grow up to 10,000 pounds of food per year in the units, process the food in USDA-certified labs within the same unit, and that only takes 15 to 20 volunteer hours or paid hours per week to maintain. With that, they already have a full plan set up, and since it was first introduced a year ago, they've now come up with a model where they're helping to write grants for you. So that I think 180 days is enough because they already have the business plan drawn out and the full cost of the unit from all the way from a minimal unit to the maximum units they allow, which is 4 pods. But additionally, on top of that, I've run into a few native influencers that would be willing to help us with crowdsourced funding for food sovereignty movement. It's something that the tribe has not really gotten into yet, but other tribes I've seen throughout my other work in Indian country are utilizing crowdsourced funding not only for food sovereignty movement, but for land back efforts as well. I would fully support doing this across the region, but we do have to do something. We initiated the Food Sovereignty Committee a few years ago. Granted, we've never influxed them with money yet, but if crowdsource funding is something that we need to do to get this thing rolling, let's freaking do it. You know, it's like we got to get moving on this. You know, we're falling behind, and especially with the Secretary of Health and Human Services focusing on food systems. I've been championing that tribes need to lead the way in this effort because we are the experts in our food systems regionally. Our tribes are as a whole, and we do need to champion that. So I think this is a good start. I would love to see these across our tribe, and I would love to see the presentation from Grocer. Like I said, that's the only one I know. I know their business model. I have all their information and stuff like that, and the contact information of the person who does this, but I'm sure there are other businesses within the United States, and they may be hesitant based on the tariffs, whether or not they're going to come over now. But like I said, the last I spoke with them, they are willing to help us find the funding as well. So I think it's a viable maneuver, and I think it would be great. Good amendment.
Isaac, then if you guys don't mind me saying something on this?
Yeah, hey, Tyler, when they look at the plan, the Food Sovereignty Committee, they're going to look at different facilities where it can be housed.
All right, so you guys can't afford this. That's the drum roll, you know what I mean? So what are you guys gonna do if they come back and they say, utilize cultural enhancement to fund this? So Tyler already mentioned that these things cost between $100,000 and $200,000. There's 5 units. So you guys are gonna put $1 million in hydroponic grow operations scattered throughout here? What's the ongoing operating costs? What kind of staffing requirements do you need? Who's gonna work it? So we started a really nice garden in Unit 1 for probably $1,000, and all you need is dirt, seeds, and water. That's it. Utilize volunteer labor. I'm gonna dig up potatoes in that field later this week, right, Isaac? You don't need hydroponic growing. You can't afford it. I mean, look at the audience. They know. You know what I mean? There's not some magic grant right now that's going to pay for this as a tribe. The federal government shut down, you guys. So this sounds great, but in reality, it ain't going to happen. So be prepared for that. And if you do really want it, you guys have the cultural enhancement to pay for it, right? So, Aaron.
So that's why I'm glad that Tyler took the financial part off of it. I do want to underscore, because you said it earlier today, is Unit 1's not waiting, right? We already have a garden. We spent, and we go to our elder meetings, we've fed our elders. I'm really proud of this. And I wait till they're done, because I am an elder, right? But I wait till they're done, and there's all kinds of tomatoes left over, and I love tomatoes. We planted it. We all worked the fields. We put our money in, the cultural enhancement funds. Anybody else could do the exact same thing, and you still can do it. But I do like the idea of year-round growing, because we're done. We got to go get potatoes. I'm glad you mentioned that, because I didn't think those potatoes would grow. You told me how we were doing it, and I didn't believe you. But so I think if we're doing it for one unit, we need to do it for all units. We would be doing a disservice to our unit if we weren't including Unit 1, and that's why we made the motion and second to include all the units. So that might scale back the project. It might look differently. It's going to put more work on us to go find the funding, but I'm willing to do it. I go to NCAI. I'll try to find the funding.
So if they can find the funding, great. I don't think there's a whole lot out there. My wife's a food sovereignty expert, probably has roughly 20 publications under her belt. We utilize Three Sisters growing techniques. The food that we ate grows perfectly fine in this soil, right? And right now you can't afford to do something like that. So my offer stands. Any one of you guys wants to start a garden, I'll be right there. My hands and knees, my hands in the dirt with you guys. We started one. In Unit 1, Aaron was there, Rob was there, Tara was there, I was there. We had a handful of other volunteers. The kids from JKL have been managing it. You don't need to have a big operation like that to grow vegetables. I've started so many gardens, you guys, for real. Yeah, if we prove this, that's fine, just don't be surprised if they don't find a magic pot of funding that's gonna pay for this for us. Just being real with you. So any more talk on this? Okay. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye. This is the amendment.
So this is the amendment. What's that?
We approved his already.
Okay. Remind us what your amendment was, Isaac. Okay, all right, so this is the amendment to include all units. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, those abstaining, motion carries. Brings us back to the main resolution. Any discussion? Okay, let's roll call this one due to the cost. There will be a cost if they say we have to pay for it. No one is gonna,
Okay.
just roll call it, you guys. Let's get out of here.
Bridget? Aaron?
Yes.
Oops. Larry?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel?
Yes.
Sean? Tyler?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Lana?
Yes.
Isaac?
Yes.
Rob?
No.
Carried.
Okay, motion carries. Let's move on to the next resolution, which is timeline to balance governmental budget.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes the government CFO, the health CEO, and Tribe's General Counsel to identify all areas of the budget that can be balanced using third-party revenue. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby directs that all areas of the budget identified above shall be presented to the Board within 30 days of enactment of this resolution. Be it finally resolved that upon presentation of the budget balancing plan, the Board of Directors shall take immediate action to implement the necessary budget modifications with the intent of having the tribal budget balanced within 30 days of enactment of this resolution.
Motion.
Motion by Tyler, supported by Larry. Tyler, you sponsored it. If you want to speak first, then we'll have a board discussion.
Yep, this is just going back to the use of third-party revenue and using the fund balance there as opposed to the government's fund balance. This is to balance out the budget for 2025 only until we can come up with a solid 2026 budget and then alleviate any concerns of government overspending based on what was approved. We had originally approved, I think, what was in excess of $20 million deficit spend. As of August 31st, the tribe was at a $3.3 million deficit spend. That's far under what was projected, but still a deficit. And I would like to try to balance out our budget this year, knowing now what we know.
All right, board discussion. Start with Aaron.
I was first.
Go ahead. Go first then.
Thank you, Aaron. No, I'm not. So, we've heard 14 million, 10 million, 3.3 million, and I was going to ask the question today, but I got cut off. We had time restraints on our workshop. So what is the number we're looking at? So we're all on the same page.
Bill, you want to come on up? Holly, James, you might as well come up too. So just in case any of us have any questions
Yeah,
about this.
the end of 25.
So, Bill, she needs to know the resolutions, how much we approved in deficit spending, what you think that actual number is when you reduce the padding, and this is something that we've workshopped already.
We're just not all clear on the same amount, so we need to hear it and be transparent, and we'll all know it.
Didn't snap it.
Huh?
Didn't snap it.
This didn't include yours, though. So that's our tax approved statements. You can go off of those if you want. Or do you want your analysis?
No, I was looking for the one I did.
Okay, you want yours. tax one right there. That's the tax, but this is what budgets has. That's what budgets has, right? Yeah, I mean,
This is as of,
that's for 25, the amount of tribal support allocated. But again, your tax is going to be something different. Yeah, our tax is going to be different, so I don't know if what you have. Would you like me to tax one right here? Would you send it to me?
Bill, did you previously report that we passed $14 million and you're expecting it to be closer to $9 or $10 million once you reduce the padding?
What Jen just handed me, the current amount is negative $12,109,714, which is down from the $14 million that we had earlier. And we're still look if it's, where was that CFO report? Look for right there. There it is.
Hold on, let it, just maximize it right over there.
Okay, and what I reported through August, the negative amount through August actual was $3,307,743, and the budgeted negative through August was $11,252,381, or a difference of $7,944,638 less than what the budget is. Is that what we're looking for?
Okay, you good? Okay, Aaron.
Yeah, so what I want to say.
Wait 1 second here. I want to make sure I got. So was anyone else on the list that I left out?
No, I was on the list. You called on her.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, it's been a long day. I want to make sure I'm not slighting anybody.
All right, so so when I came back to office, I had asked a couple of pointed questions of the key staff, and what I was told by a former CEO is that somewhere along the line, the board directed the staff to just tell us what they want and not give any drivers. And for those who have been around a while, we once had a huge deficit spending. We were overspending by $3 million a year because we didn't have good budgeting. We didn't have our attention to it. And by telling the staff that they could just ask for whatever they want, we weren't giving them parameters which to operate within and tell us what do you need. Not what do you want, but what do you need. And so, and the numbers that Bill just shared prove that, because the budgeted deficit was 11 million. The actual deficit is much smaller than that, and that's because we had people ask for whatever they wanted rather than what they needed. So both the chairman and the treasurer have been diligent in the last 6 or 7 months about watching our spending and trying to come in direction with it. So I'm glad that that's where we're at. Because I've been saying it since I've been back. I've been trying to get direction to the staff so that they can draft up realistic budgets. We can't blame the staff for projecting budgets because we asked them, what do you want, right, rather than what do you need. But there is one amendment that we should make, and it's in the first resolve. We're asking to use third-party revenue to look to offset tribal support, but we should include self-governance funds too. Because that's what we used to do. We used to take a look at where self-governance was going, and tribal support was always last resort. But if we can find third-party revenue for health to offset self-governance, then what that'll do is that'll open up self-governance funds that can be shifted back over to tribal support, and then we can see what we actually need. So let's not leave self-governance out of the equation.
Support.
Okay.
So we have a motion and support to amend this. Any discussion just on the amendment? Okay, so let's vote on the amendment. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, those abstaining. Motion to amend successfully passes. That brings us back to the original resolution. You done, Aaron? Okay, Rob, then Bridget. Bill, did you have something to add?
I just, a couple of things, if I can.
Absolutely, yep.
Adding to what Aaron has discussed, we met yesterday with a number of the programs, and we're looking at not only tribal support, but the use of BIA dollars as well, where allowable. And the other thing I would like to add is Tyler is correct in that in past years, and I think Aaron hit on it as well, we've had deficits, original deficits of $20 million and requests for tribal support. And so those have come down, obviously, but a lot of times initially, those were the amounts that people wanted.
Okay, Rob, then Tyler, then Isaac.
My first question is for Bill. You just said that you were looking at some things with tribal support and some other issues with this. Have you had a chance to fully digest what the implications of this would be?
We're working on that. As I mentioned, we worked on it yesterday, and we have to get with health because obviously they have uses of third-party revenue of their own. And so we have to put all those pieces together. And, some of the resolutions that came through today also reduced tribal support, so those are not included. And there's some other areas out there that we're still contemplating and still have to meet with some of the other programs to determine if we can find savings. We found a number of savings yesterday of tribal support and found other sources of funds for some of the programs to help offset their cost. And so it's a big, puzzle pieces that we have to put together.
So that work's not complete yet?
No, it's not.
Thanks, Bill. My next question is for James. James, have you had a chance to fully review the implications of this and what this will mean for health in your long-term plan?
So what we've done is we've done some studies. I wanted a snapshot of the last 3 years when it comes to how much support that we provided from the health division. So we started off in fiscal year ending 23 with one individualized department in which we were assisting that equated to $293,000. Ending 24, that increased to, I believe, 4 different departments that we were assisting with $359,000. Ending 2025, $1.1 million of support to approximately 11 different departments. That in conjunction with the indirects, which was approximately $3.6 million, is what the health division is providing for support within the whole tribe. Sans any sort of most recent requests that I've received. I just want to be clear that in moving forward, I think there's a responsibility to make sure that we're doing everything that we can and pulling money from other divisions also. We have a lot of things that are going on. To function the health division costs a lot of money. You're looking at about $36 million annually. So with that being said, with the opening of a new office in Marquette, with what we want to do with the annex, with what the expansion of what we need to do, being able to go ahead and provide all of the providers that we need to have for tribal members to be seen by physicians and by NPs and or PAs, that's going to cost a lot of money. I just don't want to see us in a situation where we've depleted our funds and health is in the situation to where we are right now with this deficit. That's my huge concern. Hopefully I've answered your question.
You did, and that's my major concern as well, and I think that this goes down the road of putting the cart before the horse. I don't think that, this is the first time that I've had a chance to discuss this with James. So we're looking at voting on something that our CFO just told us he is not done analyzing yet, and our health division director has some concerns of feasibility of what this could implicate moving forward as far as what our long-term plans are with health. Another issue I have with it is simply that we're not doing our due diligence. So just to be very blunt about what a deficit is. It means we're spending more than we're making. The answer for that is not to supplant it with funds from another division, especially from the division that provides the most crucial service to our people, without having an in-depth workshop where all of us know exactly what the implications are of this is. I just think it's brash, and it's a reckless move, in my opinion, to move forward with something like this without really evaluating where we are on our budget deficit from each department. And we need to determine where we can save within government spending, and see how much we can narrow the gap there first before we make a decision on how to cover it. The other thing I don't want to get into the habit of doing is, when we see a deficit, is to cut, because we will cut to the point where we're not doing anything really other than what we can do with grants. So we need to be careful of that. We need to have a real conversation with our EDC, and if we have a fund balance that could cover some of these costs, we also need to determine what we can do in the next few years to start making a profit off of that fund balance. So we need to task our EDC with that. And there's only a few things that we do really well, and that's gaming and market-based rentals or property management. But right now, property management would be a way to go. But that's for another time. My main point here is that our CFO told us he's not done analyzing this yet. The work's not done. We haven't really even started it. We shouldn't be voted on it.
Okay, Tyler.
I can't support it.
Could you do Bill first, then me?
Bill?
What became clear yesterday in meeting with the various departments is that they feel that all their services, of course, are absolutely necessary. So we'll need to get, at some point, some direction. If there's going to be limited resources, we'll need to get direction on what the priorities are. And we talked about that in Munising, and we'll bring forward what our findings are, but, clearly the departments provide valuable services. And so if there's going to be some reductions in those services, then those are the decisions that will need to be made.
All right, Tyler.
I have to motion to table.
Thank you, Bill.
So Rob just motioned to table. Is there a
He didn't
second?
have the floor.
He did have the floor.
I have the floor. You called on me.
So Rob made a
You can
motion to
motion to
table.
table at any time. You can motion to table at any time. It's in chapter 14.
You can't. You can't work both ways.
You guys, I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, he just said we haven't workshopped this. Like, what are we doing here?
So
Like,
if I
talk
could
if you want
speak,
to. Go ahead.
it says right here in the resolution, they have 30 days to come up with a plan to bring to us to right the ship. We have talked about this in workshop ad nauseum for the past year and a half. I have asked again and 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 again, how can we use third-party revenue? How can we use housing dollars? How can we use all the dollars that we have to right the ship and fix the budget? Now, I have official confirmation from the federal government, based on all of our concerns, that we are able to utilize these things for all of these various services. Our deficit right now, as it stands, is $3.3 million, so we're working towards that number right now. We can readdress what comes down later down the road when we close out the numbers for the year. Again, this is for just 2025. Bill, between the fund balance of the tribal government and the health division, what is the estimate of the fund balance between the two?
On tribal support, is almost mirrors what is in third party. Both began the year around between 55 million. In tribal support, the Tribal Tax and Appropriation Cost Center, there were restrictions on those dollars that brought that down to around 42 million, I believe. And I know that James just mentioned the use of his dollars. And so at one point, I think through August, third party was around 57 million. But, Third party will be hit pretty hard for September because that's their year end. So I wouldn't hold my hat on those dollars. And of course, we'll have to see how this year shakes out with respect to the tribal tax and appropriation. We talked earlier about it lasting about 3 years at the current pace of a negative 14 million. So that, that's about 42 million. So that's about where we stand.
So we're roughly 99 between the two, the fund balances.
Correct.
So we're at 99 million between the two fund balances. I'm asking, instead of in a workshop where my answers never get completed or people never move forward with an actual solution, I'm asking for the tribe to come up with a solution within 30 days. If you can't fully offset it, I think that's fine. But I think we need to balance it, and when we get our 2026 budget in front of us, I think we should approve a balanced budget and then only go into the deficit as things come to us through need throughout the year. That'll make us determine exactly what we are willing to spend our tribal dollars on to continue to support. And that's where the challenge will be for us. So for this year, I still stand strongly behind this because I have been asking for this for a year and a half in workshops, and we have not gotten an answer. And Bill, you and Holly have done a terrific job. You've done a tremendous job, but we're to the point where I need to put a time frame on this because we do need to have this answered at this point. I mean, how much more can we talk about it in workshops with no solutions coming to the table? Here, I am bringing a solution to the table, and I'm asking you guys to use what we now know is legally allowed and move forward with protecting the tribe. So with that, I yield.
Point of information.
You have the floor, Isaac. Go ahead.
Yeah, I do believe that our staff is diligently working on what can be used, what can be expended through third-party monies. And I think we should let them finish what they're doing before we pass something that I'm not comfortable with, because 3.3 he's talking about, but if you look at the numbers, even if the numbers hold, Bill, it's $425,000 a month, the third part, our tribal support dollars we're putting in. That's going to be a little over $5 million. And you know that a lot of budgets are backloaded, right, at the end. So I think you're going to be around $8-9 million. And Tyler wants to spend third-party revenues for that, and I just can't see that happening. I think we should table this and let our administrative team, right, all of them that's been working hard on this, finish what they're doing, so we know it's legal and up to snuff. I'm not comfortable voting for something that can come back and haunt us. We seem to do that on a lot of different things, so I'm concerned.
Okay, Kim.
Okay, if we do table to a time certain, so it doesn't end up like everything, gets pushed to the side. And that was going to be my question, was 30 days long enough for you to come up with some answers to what Tyler's asking? Because our last meeting is what, December 2nd?
December 2nd or?
December 2nd is our last board meeting.
Oh, last. I thought you said next.
No.
Our next one is what?
We had a good session yesterday, Kim. We're still putting the pieces together. There's still some areas that we're looking at, trying to find funding for, but it would be at least 30 days, I would say. So, and then we would want to workshop that. We'd probably draft a report and send it out ahead of time, and then let the board digest it, and we'll look at it. But like I say, prioritizing, if there's still going to be shortfalls, is going to be a discussion that we'll have to have between administration and the board. So I would say at least 30 days. I'm not sure the workshop schedule, or we're getting into Thanksgiving or what have you, but.
Right. So 30 work days?
That was my original intent.
Okay, well, it makes a difference, so I'll amend to 30 workdays, or we can do that.
Support.
So what are we doing?
Yeah.
Amending it to 30 working days.
So we're amending this to 30 workdays, not 30 calendar days. Okay, any discussion on that amendment? And who made the motion? Kim did, Tyler seconded it. Any discussion on the amendment? And this changes it from 30 calendar days to 30 working days. Okay, hearing no discussion, those in support of just the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, those abstaining, motion carries. Aaron?
Okay, so first of all, I'm going to try to do this in a way that can bring us together, okay? We'll see. I appreciate all of the work that Tyler has done to get clarification about third-party revenue. So I appreciate that because it's going to help us offset our tribal support. We're listening to our executive who has expressed some concern about moving forward with expending out our third-party revenue without like a longer-term plan. We're also facing some real serious challenges with the Affordable Care Act, with threats in the big beautiful bill to stop the subsidies. That will affect us. That's absolutely going to affect us, right? So we need to be cautious as we move forward. But I started out by saying I appreciate the work that Tyler's been doing. But also, what became apparent to me today is that your team members, your executives, are working on it. And I don't want to be disrespectful to have to pass something to tell them to do something they're already doing, because it's almost like telling them they're not doing their job. They're already doing it. So I'm going to make a motion to refer to the next available workshop and return to the board table no later than December 2nd for enactment.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, so there's a motion to refer this to next workshop. Roll call on that, please.
Next available.
Next available workshop.
And
Roll
bring
call,
it
please.
back on the 12th, our last meeting for the year.
Just so you know, right now, it's going to be November 25th is the next available workshop.
Okay.
And then back on December 2nd. Okay.
Enough time to work on it.
Okay. Kimberly Hampton.
Yes.
Tyler.
No.
Rob.
Yes.
Michael.
Yes.
Kimberly Lee.
No.
Isaac.
Yes.
Lana.
No.
Larry.
No.
Bridget.
No.
Kimberly Gravel.
Yes.
Aaron.
Yes.
Sean.
Yes.
2, 3, 4, 5, 7 yeses, 5 noes.
Okay, motion to refer carries, so we'll move on from that. Next resolution is approved joint grant application with LSA.
I think that's true.
Now therefore be resolved that the Board of Directors of the Sault Ste. Marie Tribe of Chippewa Indians hereby authorizes and approves the tribe to partner with Lake Superior Academy and apply for a joint OST grant. Be it further resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the tribe to serve as the fiscal agent required under the OST grant application terms. Be it finally resolved that the Board of Directors hereby authorizes the tribal chairman or his designee to sign any and all necessary documents to execute this joint OST grant with Lake Superior Academy.
Support.
Motion by Isaac, supported by Larry. Aaron, you want to speak first?
Yeah, just really quickly, we've supported them in the past. We got a request kind of late in the game, but it's due, and I reached out to our team and requested, didn't direct anything, I requested. So they worked together to pull together this resolution, and if it's awarded, the total award's about $250,000, and it's to support the Lake Superior Academy, which you know is on M128. And a lot of our members have attended there. My niece, who had special needs, attended there. And we would be the fiduciary. Our portion of being the fiduciary would bring us about $18,000. And the funding source is MyLeap, Michigan. I'm not going to read it all, but it's MyLeap through Michigan, so it's a state grant. So that's it.
Okay, any board discussion on this? Okay, hearing none, we'll vote. Those in support? Okay. Aaron's requesting a roll call. Did anyone have their hands up over here? Okay, roll call, please.
Lana. Yes. Rob.
Yes.
Michael,
Yes.
Larry,
Yes.
Sean,
Yes.
Kimberly Lee,
Yes.
Bridget,
Yeah.
Aaron,
Yes.
Isaac,
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton,
Yes.
Kimberly Gravel,
Yes.
Tyler.
Yes.
Okay, motion carries. That brings us to new business. First item under new business are committee appointments. I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the appointment of Stephanie Sagerstrom to the Food Sovereignty Committee, which would be a regular seat for 4 years expiring October of 2029.
Motion.
Second.
Motion by Tyler, supported by Lana. Any discussion here? Okay, hearing none, we'll vote. Those in support signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those abstaining, motion carries. Next up, board concerns. Anyone have any?
Mr. Chairman?
We have the IT.
Austin,
guy.
Bill
Oh, my
Travis
bad.
is, Bill Travis is online.
Okay, I appreciate that. So we skipped IT FY25 budget modification because the sponsor, Bill Travis, wasn't on, but Bill is back. So can we have a motion on that?
Motion.
Motion by Isaac and support by Larry. Bill, could you fill the membership in on what this resolution is, please?
And I have a question.
Yes, found the unmute button. Good evening, Board. So, yes, what this resolution does is it modifies our budget for IT and allows us to go ahead and purchase the higher levels of the enterprise licensing for the last 2 months of this fiscal year so that we can begin the process of building out the zero trust architecture and doing the cloud migrations in anticipation of our 2026 budget submission. And so I wanted to point out for the members that if you look at that, the resolution, if we burned at the most, at the highest rate, in other words, all E5 level licenses, it would be about $68,000 for 2 months. We have, our overall budget for IT was, and I apologize, I don't have that summary sheet in front of me, but I believe it was around 3.2 million. And we're going to come in, even with the burn for this last couple of months, at like 2.8 and some change. So what happens there, we had, because of a lot of unfilled positions, including mine, for a number of months, we have modified the budget resolution or the budget for the year to reflect the fact that we didn't burn on the employee and headcount side quite as high. So bottom line here is what I'm asking for the board to do is to basically give me the budget flexibility to be able to go ahead and get that licensing started. It's part of our agreed upon strategy going forward to build a modern cybersecurity architecture so that we aren't ever in the position that we were in February again. And that's the request. We will have, the other thing I should add for the board and the membership is that we're actually probably not even going to be at that 68,000 per month level because I've been able, since we put the RIS together, to get a little more clarity on how we can get started with this without purchasing full licensure. And I should have a final set of figures by the time we go through the budget approval process, which will end up being lower for the 26 budget. So does anybody have any specific questions?
Isaac does.
Yeah, so you're thinking it's going to be less than 800,000 per year?
Yeah, so part of what's, just to give you a little bit of overview, Isaac, the part of what'll be in the 26 budget is 24/7 SOC, so Security Operations Center. We're going to contract that out. We can't staff that within the IT department, and that's all part of a shared service. So that would come in under the government IT. It will also contain licensing for what's called SIEM software, SEIM, and that's basically the logging and management and endpoint detection. So a lot of security tech talk for a single pane of glass product that we can then use internally to give us modern cybersecurity. And then also, we'll be increasing our licenses on the Microsoft side to get Office 365. So right now, we're confronted, at this very time, we're confronted with a just gone out of date Office 2019. It is no longer in support, effective about 4 or 5 days ago. So the licensing for Microsoft will ensure that across the tribe, we will have the very latest, greatest version of the Microsoft Office software, the very latest, greatest version of Windows, the very latest, greatest version of pretty much everything that's in the Office 365 suite, along with having the tools to be able to build the zero trust architecture. So in the end, it's actually going to drive our costs down because we're going to eliminate a whole bunch of on-prem servers that have to be replaced. Individual licenses for software will be consolidating some of the things that we're paying extra money for into this licensing. So there's out-year benefits to doing this in terms of what it costs to carry technology or information technology year to year with the tribe.
Great. Just a question for Bill and Holly. Sorry, I know it's late, but
Actually, not comparatively. We used to go till 11 o'clock, remember?
Okay, we're the only ones driving.
Yeah, you get to go straight home to bed. So.
I know, and I only live 16th of a mile away. I'm the closest.
You guys will all be fine. It's 1 day a week. So, Bill, Holly?
hey, so my question is, IT budget is strictly tribal support, or is there other funds that make up the IT budget?
Or there's,
They receive indirect,
Yeah, what-
they receive indirect in addition to tribal support. And then they, where they can generate some of their own funds.
So how much is tribal support? Because telecom's different than IT.
Telecom is different,
that's why I was.
852.
You good, Isaac? Okay, Kim?
Okay, this is just for licensing fees and consultants, right? Because there's a personnel change sheet attached, which kind of makes it confusing.
Yes, the funding is for the licensing and the licensing and the consulting. So when we get the licensing, since we don't have the expertise in-house yet to build out the cloud-based security architecture, we're going to need to hire some exterior consultants who have done this in the tribal space before, and there are quite a number of them out there. The personnel change components, I believe that's actually because we took the actual burn rates for the course of the year because we were down. Basically, we were down. My position was unfilled for pretty much the whole year until August 4th. Along with, we had a big exodus of folks in the cybersecurity side. So our basically human resources level burn is lower, and I believe that personnel sheet is what's there, and that's reflective. I'm sorry, I wasn't being very clear. That's reflective of those changes in positions. But if I don't have that paper in front of me, and that's something that that Jen and Becky, along with the finance team, pulled together for me. So that question caught me a little bit off guard earlier today. So, but I believe Jen was able to answer it. That what you're seeing, there's a couple of employees that look like they're higher, but that's because they filled the positions. So. I will be sure to get 100% clarity on that and report back to you guys.
Okay, but if we approve this, are we going to be doing any wage changes?
No.
Okay, that's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Lana?
So,
Yeah, just a correction, there will be 3 wage increases. That's in, so
it's due, it's due to the comp study. Those wages were already factored in the comp study, and they're the current wages in place. They're not increasing beyond the comp study that the board, that you guys adopted. It's not adding more than what's already approved.
We're making that amount right now.
Yeah.
Those three people are making it right now.
Okay.
Yes, and I apologize that I wasn't very clear about that, but that was also what Jen indicated at the table today.
The question that I had is, you already have the dollar amount in there for the consulting, so we've already done bids for that and chosen someone, or how does that work?
We have three, I'm working with three different vendors right now, all of whom have done this kind of work in Indian country elsewhere. So I should have the final bid on that before this week is out, to, basically for that type of services.
And Bill, does that, so you have three bids, does that come back here, or do you make that decision?
I would imagine.
That's what I'm asking.
Yeah, and so you're going to have to please bear with me just a little bit, because this is the procurement process, and the details of that are stuff that I'm still working through. So for the folks, like for Bill and Holly, if you can maybe perhaps answer what would need to happen. So we're talking.
You want to jump in, Ryan? Hold on one second, Bill. I think Ryan can provide some clarification.
Ryan, he has the authority to pick whoever he wants.
All right, can I answer? Okay. So the IT has certain exceptions from our purchasing policy built into the purchasing policy. This would fall under one of those exceptions. So Bill has the authority to, in theory, sole source or directly solicit, which is what he's doing, he's directly soliciting multiple companies to get their pricing. Then internally, the staff is going to review those, and we'll have to bring our recommendation to the board. When we workshop it, the board can ask us the other bidders, et cetera, that, they're not bidders, but the other companies that maybe submitted an estimate, that can all be done in a workshop.
Okay, that will be a presentation to the board for the direct solicitors. So if there's an exception,
Yes.
we'll still have that information on someone bid 816, someone bid 600,000, someone bid 400,000.
We'll have all the information for all the estimates that Bill procures, and we can talk about those with the board in a workshop.
Okay.
Correct? And Bill's working with purchasing to, even though there's an exception, he's working with the purchasing department to make sure everything's on the up and up, and we're following our processes that way. Now, I'm going to stop talking because Holly wants to say something.
Holly, go ahead.
Well, I think we need to clarify, because this modification that's being presented to you is for Microsoft licensing. So that is different than the software that we're reviewing that will come to you at a later date.
Right, so there's licenses, and then there's vendors that are going to help us implement. I'm not going to use the technical jargon that Bill Travis can use, but there's vendors that will help us that will need to implement some of this, right? So this is for the licensing costs, which also, as I read the purchasing policy, falls under the exception for upgrading our security under IT. This all falls under that newly adopted policy that the board adopted in July, part of which we wanted to be able to move faster with IT security, right? So.
And Bill Travis, correct me if I'm wrong, but the licensing that we're looking at is for Microsoft product, which would replace our Microsoft products that we currently utilize.
That is correct. It's going to be upgrading the level of those licenses to leverage more capability of what's available in M365. And for the board's knowledge, there's only one place you can buy Microsoft software from, and that's Microsoft. They have resellers. There are 8 resellers that can sell to organizations who have more than 500 licenses, which we do. So basically what we do is we competitively bid, and it comes down to which vendor wants to take the biggest cut out of their margin, because the prices are fixed to those vendors. Another initiative that I'm working on for the board's edification is Microsoft has the capability through their tribal licensing sales to be able to give us some assistance and help us make deals, and I'm working on that now, with the goal being that when we finally cut the check to buy the licenses, we're going to get the lowest possible price that we can get.
Okay, thank you, guys. You all answered my questions.
Okay, anyone else?
If I may?
Yeah, go ahead.
Answer to Isaac's earlier question. Tribal support, at least budgeted through December for the IT department, is $2,766,000. And they generate through indirect and other direct billings, $984,000. So.
Okay,
You're
any
welcome.
other questions or comments on this resolution before we vote? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Larry?
Yes.
Michael?
Yes.
Bridget?
Yes.
Tyler?
Yes.
Kimberly Hampton?
Yes.
Rob?
Yes.
Kimberly Gervell?
Yes.
Isaac?
Yes.
Kimberly Lee?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes.
Lana?
Yes.
Aaron?
Yes.
Carried.
Okay, motion carries. Does anyone have any board concerns? Okay, let's go first.
I got 4 of them, so.
Yep, pass it down, Kim.
First, mine's easy.
Go ahead, Bridget.
I saw Wendy was here earlier this afternoon, but I don't think she's here now. Just a comment, it's been put out on our social media and I think website that they're taking community input on signage. They're doing those in the Sioux and Marquette, and I'm assuming that when we pass that resolution that they're going to all 5 units. And I just think that when we do that, we should put out the dates for all 5, so people don't think that in order for them to be heard, they need to go to Marquette or the Sioux, that they'll know that there's going to be a session in each unit. So I just wanted to say that when we do that kind of thing, to be proactive and put out all the dates if possible, or at least say there'll be dates coming for the other areas.
Okay, thank you, Bridget. Kim? If you want to cover them in open, if not, they got them, whatever you want to do.
Okay. There's a patient that has their own doctor, and they do go to the health center so they can keep that PRC going. But their doctor prescribes a medication that our pharmacy does have, but when they try to get it filled at the pharmacy, our pharmacy tells them they have to come in and see the doctor at the health center in order to get that medication. Even though they're seeing an outside doctor for other issues. So their outside doctor is prescribing a medicine that our pharmacy does cover. And I've never had a problem with outside doctors calling Sioux Tribe Pharmacy and it being filled.
So generally, when it's prescribed by another doctor outside, when they still need to get the medication, they still need to see one of our providers in order to get it filled.
Well, they do see them to keep that, because
Maintain.
they know you got to see them, but they're saying every time they want it filled, they have to come and see one of our doctors, and they get it prescribed every month.
I'd have to get the details from you of the
Okay.
medication.
I'll get with
And
you
then I
on
can
that.
look into it more, because it might be a medication that has different requirements. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I'll
So-
get with you on that. What else did I have, Austin? What was my first?
Whole bunch of stuff.
Oh, and I had a request, and this isn't something you have to do right away because I know end of the year's coming up. Could we get a breakdown? Tyler and I were talking at break there about what was being spent on third-party revenue, like, and what departments it's going to, and how much do you have left? Because I'd hate to deplete it, and here we are, just spend. So if we could get that maybe for 2 years back, do you think, 24, 25? I know it's not something you can get done right away, and, right, so looking at January's meeting at some point.
I will look into it.
Okay, see how fast you can get that
Right.
done.
So when it comes to, J.D. Edwards and getting data, we're fortunate that we have Annie. She's been able to provide a lot of support, well beyond my scope of understanding of it. So I would get with her.
Okay.
And then I can also confer with finance, too.
Okay. What else did I have? I did the medical, the 2 medical ones. Moonlighting. Who would that be? Jessica, maybe?
Depends where they work.
Or HR?
Depends where they work.
Casino. Okay, well, he's not here. I'll talk to him about that then. Yep. And then, what was the other one? I think JKL might have to wait for JKL meeting.
I'd make it wait, yeah.
Okay,
This year.
and then,
Scholarship app.
I had people calling me about their scholarships they applied for, and they weren't getting answers back with phone calls and texts. And then by the time they did get an answer, it was too late. They lost
So
out.
you can send that to Jess, or we can
Okay.
discuss it at the next JKO fiduciary meeting, because the education director provides a report then, and she's
Virginia
available.
House too, correct? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? All right, then without objection, meeting adjourned? Meeting adjourned. See you guys later.